All right. Wait until the YouTube fires up. There we go. All right. Kind of last minute. That's kind of me. So if you haven't had enough MCC, I got another serving for you. How's that? We'll try and do we'll do one for sure. He's got two. I've left the links below for his statements, which are interesting. Yeah. And hopefully I can read okay. How's everybody doing today? All right, we've got Lynn. Hello, Lynn. Notified. Oh, you got the notification, did you? I, of course, dropped the link for the wrong, in the wrong heading in Discord, of course, because I'm so technologically awesome. How's everybody's Friday, right? No MCC. There's bunch of new documents that came out. How many? In the last 24 hours, there was two batches. There was a larger one and then a smaller one of only 3. And so how much is that total? About 41 files. I will drop the link. Copy. Total pain in the ass. All those of you who know how to these documents, trying to figure out what's new and what's not is a disaster. Thank God Julie's kind of seems to be all over that, which we're really lucky for. It is a beautiful day, Stella. All right, so, oh, wow, I'm surprised. I thought it would just be Lynn and I. It would be a personal reading, if that's what you want to call it. All right, so we've got Snippy in here. Hello, Seawood and Stella. Tara is doing well. Thank you. Yes, I'm doing okay. This is a beautiful day. Would be a great day at the ranch. They say it's 22. I think they're full of it. Okay. And Brickleberry just got the notification, Seawood said. Well, thank goodness for that. Beautiful day. Where are you at, Stella? Blue nose. Going out. Good. Have a good time. It is now, dinner time down there. Oh, I interrupted dinner. Oops, I don't like to do that. Oh, you read the Bernard statement, eh? Did you, Peter? Well, then, what are you doing here? I'm just teasing. Wheezy. That used to be the nickname of my old dog. Wheeze. I had to call him. He didn't wheeze, but then I got this one. Totally different. Dog's dispositions, I'll tell you, it's a finicky one, isn't it? Stella's up in Bowden. I went to school around there at one point. Bowden. Bowden is it's a nice part, of Alberta. Kind of notorious for something, but sadly. Chiang, but it's very nice up there. Oh, would you like to come and sit on my lap? No. Okay. Got the notification. Way behind, only halfway through last video. There's some good stuff at the end. You get a lot of towers and brouhaha. I think I'm still, the jury's out because I think the RCMP maintain their own towers. So this is a bunch of bunk having some of those people in there. Linda. Yes. Sad. 100% on something. Oh, I'll listen tonight. I appreciate reading rainbow shows. I'm just not reading rainbows, man. I'm not into that. Multitasking and still keeping up. Let's a person multitask and still keep up. Good stuff. All right. Well, enjoy. Says Linda. I've been here 3 years in this boring town. Oh, Stella doesn't like Bowden, I guess. I'm glad that you're doing well, Linda. All right. Okay, so I did start to read a little bit of it. Excuse me. His first statement, which he gave back in July 8th, 2020, to Jeff MacFarlane, trying to do, an A-tip. Oh, is that what you're doing as an A-tip? The RCMP are really, they're acting highly irregular right now. Things are they've been heating up for a little bit, but the bubbling is, anyway. All right. I've never seen some of these behaviors before, so it's interesting. It'll be interesting. Downloaded the form, sent it in the mail. While the ATIP website is down. Isn't that interesting? For 11 days. All right, Linda, good. Linda's feeling a little bit better, it sounds like. Okay, $5 needed to accompany for the filing, yes. And then of course, you I think that you may get assessed a fee depending upon how much they think that's and you'll also go into the stack depending upon how sensitive your request is. But good luck. What do you want to share? Actually, no, probably don't. That would be better. You can send me a message if you'd like. I'm curious, actually. See what people are A-tipping. Yeah, there's some funky behaviors. Somebody actually messaged me about some event that was transpiring near their home. Sounded vaguely familiar to something I'd heard back in 2020. So I don't know. Hopefully everybody's okay. It sounds like they are. Whole place except for a museum, golf course. The gas is cheap. Gas is cheaper in Bowden. Was it the fast gas that's there on the highway? It's pretty good. Dash cams. Oh, wow. Well, that'll be expensive, I suspect. But I'm curious. I'm very curious. You've got me going. $1.94 gas. I think. Oh, wait a second. No, I think it's cheaper here. Was yesterday. Not sure what it is today. I've been reviewing documents. Got hit with another raft of stuff. All right, now, not just over on the MCC side. Okay, so let's see. Hopefully I've got my reading shoes on or whatever it is. Excuse me, nice people. Yeah, small towns. I always love small towns. Did you ever go down to Olds? 227 in Newfoundland. Oi, 215 in Nova Scotia. When are we going to learn? I don't think it's that pesky war that's doing all this. God, that war, Olds is okay. Man, it's gotten a lot bigger than I remembered. All right, let's get on with the show. I'll try and look over periodically in your comments, but please fire away with what your observations are and stuff, because that's the way, and leave them down below too, because that's the way, I'm going to pick up on things I miss, because you all read many different documents. I think I did I leave the link again in? Yes, I did. Okay, the foundational documents. Garbage. Yes, it is bigger. Yeah, different town now. Not quite a town now. It's kind of going a little metropolo. All right. Jeff MacFarlane. The spelling error here on the transcription part. It's MacFarlane. And Darren Bernard, July 8th. Today is 8/2020. This is Constable Jeff MacFarlane in Northeast Nova Major Crime Unit. At 9:05 a.m. I'm at the Millbrook RCMP detachment. I'm here with Sgt Darren Bernard of the Millbrook detachment, and we're just following up in relation to incidents of what took place on April 18th and 19th, 2020. In regards to what has been called Operation H Strong, basically, if you wanted to start wherever you think it's important from that day, and tell us everything that took place, any interactions or observations you had, and we'll go from there. Yep, Jeff. No involvement on the 18th shooting. In and around. Oh yes, sorry. I should preface it. Sorry to interrupt. I do that all the time. I'm a lawyer. That hard. And I'm saying which is terrible. My English has gotten horrific. A bit of warning. The statement can be a bit dicey. He's a great man by my read, but his filter is a bit off. He's a little bit upset, and he has every reason to be. And it may be a bit, maybe a bit emotional too, for some people. So, just a fair warning. Hello, Anita. Nosy. So there, that's out of the way. On the morning of the 19th, in around the 7, I got a call from my Corporal Natasha Jameson. She recounted for me her last. She should have been off hours earlier. She was still out, and she told me about what happened the night before in Portapique. So, of course, I was quite shocked and surprised. And told her to go home. She had said that she had sent Constable Grund home. It was her and Grund that were involved that day. That involved that before. I said, okay. And she said, we have one guy on day shift. It's Jerry Daly. I just briefed him on what was going on, about what she knew, and roughly speaking, I don't know. She said their talk of a police car, and that was it. Very broad. I said, okay, no problem. I'm a crisis negotiator and have been for over 10. And I had expected, so I'm getting to the point that in my service that I'm not really married to my work phone anymore. So I had it in a bag, I think downstairs. So I went downstairs to check on my work phone, thinking, geez, I was probably called out and missed that, right? Generally, we go with the TAV and we go. So anytime I hear of a critical incident, we done it for so many years now, I know right away there was a call out, right? So there was. So I text off to Staff Halliday, who is also on the team, to Steve, do we have a call? Because I didn't. I saw that I didn't get a call, but I obviously knew there was a call out. So crisis negotiator, of course, is going to be part of the critical incident package, right? Or not, of course, but it will be part of the critical incident package. It is part of the critical incident package that Darren always refers to. So I said, Steve, what's the deal? We getting called out? And he said something like, yeah, later you'll you know, there's two of us here right now, don't have containment. So I said, okay. Right away, I know they're still looking for this guy. And they have been out since last night. And I'll be, relieving these guys sometime midday today, is what I'm thinking. So I started I hadn't been out on call in a while. So I said, shit, where's my stuff? Helmet, different things, right? So I was slowly picking away, getting my gear together, holster, all that. Then I went on the news, Jesus Christ, like this is turning into something big. So sometime around 9:30 or 10, still didn't get any more info. So I sent my day shift guy a message. Here, Jarrett, did Bible Hill, did Bible Hill get that guy wrapped up yet? And he's like, unintelligible. Reports, fucking chaos. And I was like, holy fuck. So I said, Cook, give me a call. So at this point, it's pushing 10 o'clock. So he gives me a call, and he sounded pretty panicked and upset. And he said, yeah, there's a guy in a police car. We don't know how, and he just some more people in Debert, yada, yada, yada. So I kind of stepped up my effort. So I sent Steve a message. I'm like, Steve, what the fuck? WTF, whatever. WTF. My guy just called me, and it's still not contained. What's going on? And he said, get your stuff to Bible Hill right away. And I'm like, okay, great, it's on, right? So I was all geared up for the negotiator call out, full blues, all that stuff. So he's all ready to go. Nobody calling him. And I have take home car, the blue unmarked, the Taurus. I started loading my gear bags and backpacks, piss jug for the TAV, usual stuff, thinking it's going to be TAV. So I called. I told Jarrett, where are you now? He said, I'm up on an overpass. Well, I said, just stay moving. I'll find out more information from you, and I'll sort you out. I don't know what that means. I'll find out more information from you. I'll sort you out. And my goal was figure one guy by himself, he said, I'm not being told anything. No one's telling me what to do. Getting maybe not read in. I don't know. I said, okay, hang on there. I'm coming. And I said, I'll let you know when I'm on the air. 10:37. I know. I was leaving after a couple loads of the car. I was like loaded for bear that day. I figuring it was going to be, we're in for it, right? I even packed food. I never pack food, right? Food. So anyway, all that to say, I know I had started the car up earlier, but I went out and got in the car, and I know it was 10:37 because my brother called me. He's an ex-member, J Division. And I said to myself, shit, I don't have any time to talk to him right now. I just put the phone back away. Good for him. We know, obviously, and I just live in Hilden. So the guy had gone by my road 5 minutes earlier, obviously. But I'm getting in my blue car. So I leave and I'm just down here in Hilden. I come down the subdivision and I'm headed to Millbrook. It's 5 minutes. So I figure that about 10:45, I'm in the parking lot of Ish. I figure it's 10:45. And I literally, for some reason, it's so weird. And I'm super safe. I tell these guys, like, about changing routine, don't, for some reason, Jarrett was parked nose in with his back to the road here, which is fucking weird. And I pull in. And so, but in the same direction. So we're a full car width apart. And I roll down the window down. And before I can say, all I hear is break, break, break. A member's been shot in Enfield. Sorry, just give me a second. So I think that obviously you got the timeline, so you'll know the exact time. But I said, holy shit. And I just instinctively pulled the rifle down, racked around. So he's following his stuff, checked it later, and laid her in the seat. He's following the checklist. And Jarrett goes, I believe, actually, that's part of it. I don't know. And Jarrett goes, we going to need that? And I'm like, yeah, we have to, man. Let's go. So we peeled out of there and we started heading south. And I remember thinking, okay, IR takes over. So he's going through his stuff now, his training. Takes over, like that, unintelligible fucking act, like one that is mental, that's the mindset. So I yell on the radio, I say, how are they from Bernard? Okay. I'm going through other things as I'm doing this because my mind is worrying. Sorry, don't mind me. It's good that you're not in the room. Probably would smell smoky. Not from cigarettes. Said not going to Bible Hill. We're going south to the shooting. I don't remember if they called back. So we're smoking it south out there. Jarrett's behind me, and the radio is complete chaos. I should say, I'm thinking to myself, what's going on here? Like, I heard voices I never heard before. I heard panic. I heard panic. I heard it was just people's questions aren't being answered. It was chaos. Sorry, I had the profanity there. My apologies. So we're rocketing south of here. So I cleared the campground of the old highway, and there by that straight stretch, and I see a car coming, and I thought, holy fuck. And all I knew is that the shooter is in a police car, and that's what's this car heading north here. So I remember I put the rifle on the dash and started to slow down and reached for, I held the mic and said, who's coming northbound or whatever? You know, ask, shoot later. All I heard is, it's Gibby, it's Gibby. Come to find out, he has a gun on me too, right? It's Gibby. And I thought, Jesus Christ, and I'm thinking, what's he doing here? I said, that kid's from Enfield. I knew him from Bible Hill right here. He used to unintelligibly rap songs in my car. I guess Gibby can rap. Interesting. Read people's lives. So I said, Gibby, we're going south. And for some reason, I thought, I guess someone said Morrison. But in my mind, I was going for Morrison. So I said, we're going south to find Chad or something. It's on the tape. You'll have it right here. Whatever I said to him. So he joined in. And there's the three of us now, three of us are heading to Brookfield. So I've been around the area most of I know the road like the back of my hand. So community policing. Because he's from the area, right? But just in case you didn't know, he's from the area. So I quickly outpaced them once we cleared the traffic lights in Brookfield, and I was gone. So somewhere in the drive from Brookfield to Stewacky on the old highway. And again, I have blanks. I don't recall the conversations, but I know obviously things were said. And I remember something was said to me that the mission changed because now there was an accident and there was shot fired at the accident. And the and the cars were afire. And I thought, holy fuck, what did Chad get into? So, and again, the radio was chaos. And I can't recall what people were saying, but I thought to myself, like, fuck, we're on our own here. And I said, I was thinking, where's Ert? Where is Ert? Like, there was this major communication issue, right? ... issue, right? And I said, Jesus Christ. Like, so the dispatcher, I remember this part, I do remember, the dispatcher is giving me an address of where this accident, and I said to her, I'm going too fast for civics. I need a landmark. And I remember her saying, just past the wildlife park, just past the wildlife park. And at this point, I'm alone. I left those guys in the dust. And so I'm coming back into Stewacky, and I'm thinking, okay, now fuck, what am I going to do here? And so I see the Enfield SUV. It's an old style Ford Expedition, I should say. It's old. And I thought, okay, who's that? So I called out, same thing. It's Austin. And I said, I don't know who Austin is. It's Como. Later I knew that the truck was 5 or 15 road, unintelligible type, 5 or of 15. 5015, I think it's supposed to be. 1505. So that should be Austin Como vehicle number. So I said, come on, we're going. we're going to the crash site. And again, this is all on audio. I'm just paraphrasing. I don't even know exactly what I said, but he got the message and he recognized my car, and he said, "Oh, fuck. Finally, the Nova boys are here." And I was thinking to myself, where is everybody? Like, it's just us. So here, me and this 10-month service kit. Okay, so Como is just fresh in. And we're rolling. So we're coming across that flat, and I see the fucking smoke. And I thought, Jesus Christ, where are we? What are we into here, right? And I'd said, I know at some point I communicated with Hire. You've got Bernard. I've got Como, Gibson, Daly with me. Okay, so this is what he's saying over the radio. And we're staying together. It's my command piece. Try to follow the rules and take responsibility for these guys. So we rolled up to the crash site and it's fucking chaos. Smoke everywhere. The grass is on fire. It's hard to see. And I pull up on the dirt. And you've probably been there, the scene. It's like the old 70 ramps. I hope Heidi's family's not watching. Or word. They would know. Smoke everywhere. The grass is on fire. It's hard to see. And I pull up in the dirt, and you probably been there. You know the scene. It's like those old 70s ramps, off a single highway. So I pull up to the corner where the first dirt wedge is, and I'm thinking to myself, fuck, nobody survived that. And Como pulls up, catches up to me beside me in the window. I said, I was about to bark at him like, we're not staying, let's keep rolling south. For some reason, I was thinking it's funny, the decisions that you make. I don't know why, and maybe you'll hear it in the audio. Interesting. Okay. And for some reason, I was thinking that we're getting off and we're on the old 2. We're not going up the hill and on the 22-4 or 224. I don't know why I thought that, but for some reason, I had to believe Chad was somewhere south of on the 2. I don't know why. And in my mind, Chad is still accounted for. Where in the fuck did Chad go? And Como goes, I was about to go to what, like, why are you stopping me? And he goes, I think my coworker is over there. And I was about to say, no, man, no one survived that. And he said, no, laying over there. And I could barely see him. And the car's cooking off. I looked over and I see this fucking body. And I'm thinking, what's that body doing way back here? Right? Because I didn't know had been there. Right? Of course, this follows the video, right? The dragging video. Interesting. Why is not calling out on the radio? So I figured I was 2 minutes behind So I was like, Jesus Christ. So I hit the button, the red, the 33 button, interesting number, and it wouldn't work. And so you'll probably hear them. It's open mic at that point. You probably heard me cursing, saying, what the fuck? The fucking button won't work. And so I sort of bailed out and started officer down. I ran got my carbine and told Como to cover me because the other two hadn't caught up yet, Daly and Gibson. So I said, cover me for this. I said, Jesus Christ, it's Heidi. And I thought, what's she doing here? Like, I think he'll get into that too. I do know certain things about this part, but I think he will elaborate a little bit more. I thought, what is she doing here? Like, and I said to myself, did that fucker shoot her here? It's just like my mind is going over. Then looking for a pulse, like, what going. So somewhere started looking for a pulse and take her vest apart. She had two vests on, and I was fumbling. I was all thumbs. Oh, that's a great saying. That's my granddad used to say that. And a great dramatic moment, right? Gibson and Daly arrived, and I told them to set a perimeter. We're not going until we figure what is going on with Heidi. All right? Good for him. So I had Gibson go by the crash site. Daly had overwatch from below and Shuby, and I sent Como back on the bridge on the unintelligible side, wildlife park side, just below the bridge. And I was like, nobody gets in, boys. No friends here today. So I started CPR. So he's going, does all his training again. Setting perimeters, taking command. So I started CPR. I started graphic, potentially harmful. So I start chest compressions, was very panicked. I said, shit, you dummy. It's ABC. It's airway. So I moved to her head. I positioned her head, and that's what I did. I think I did one breath, and then graphic images potentially harmful. Blank. So I'm just trying to think. Graphic. I guess it would have been her graphic. That looked like a wound of some sort, graphic, but there was something about the totality of it all I had seen, and that she was gone, right? So I said that Stevenson was down. You'll hear it on the radio. And if you've heard the audio, you'll hear me call out, Stevenson is down. And so at that point, somewhere in the mix, Blake DeCoste from traffic arrived, and I sent him with Gibby. Gibby was upset. Go up and stay with Gibby, right? Potentially graphic. And it was like chaos. There was like 100 people down. I think Fraser was down there, which is odd. It looked like Fraser. But I was just like, there was so much smoke. I had to put the grass out with fire extinguisher, and we had like attempted incursions. Like there was this guy on foot coming up the ramp, and all we knew was there was a silver SUV on the loose. A couple of close calls. Yell at people to get back. Kind of like Somalia type thing, like, huh? Like, why? And I'm thinking to myself, why are people just casually walking around down there, right? So, a couple of gun point issues. So, EMRT arrives. They made their way, snake their way through the up the traffic, and again, we almost shot them. But then I realized, whoa, I think that's urge. They were in like a Jeep Commander or a Jeep, some kind of Jeep. And I saw the brain. I thought, oh, that's EMRT graphic. And they got to go. We're heading south. So at that point, there was a sighting around that time. There was a sighting. Mm-hmm. Brookfield. Brought to you by a certain individual. Hello, Brenda, Linda, Stella. We got cucumbers. Okay. 10:33. Officer needs help. Yeah, okay. Left them in the dust. Okay. Yes. Okay. So I could go into other things that I've been looking at, which is the logs and comparing the logs with certain members' statements. And I have a few questions. Anyway, moving along. Chris Lee, hello. This is all happening around the time there was chaos in Truro about sighting and chaos in Elmsdale, a sighting both at Sobeys. He doesn't mention he's going to Brookfield, so he must have got the call before about Brookfield. So he's now the Truro and versus Elmsdale staging Sobeys. My time base a little messed up for that day, but it just appeared minutes after Truro, then Elmsdale. And people were like, so I said, boy, and there was a silver SUV sitting there watching us. I'm thinking, boys, you can hear me on the radio. We're exposed. What's our position? Like, Sentry has the tree line. An HRP member came up with a handgun, came running down. We had a gun. We had to gunpoint him back. Like, it was very chaotic. And all the while, I was there with Heidi. Graphic information. So then, in around that time, I hear Hubbley on the air. Pump 6, pump 6, pump 6. Gary Martin shows up and helps us with the perimeter. And then at the point, everybody's just kind of collapsing. Like, what the fuck is going on here? So I just sat with Heidi there at the where she lay, right? So I'm trying to think after that. So I think it was DNR helicopter kept circling us over. Don't know who that was. Wallace, I think, at that point. I think, and I actually think I waved them off, told them to get the fuck out of there at some point, or something like that. And I'm very low. Circle. I'm not sure who that was. It must have been DNR, if there was a DNR helicopter. So after DHS was allowed to come, sometime after DHS was allowed to come in, lots of graphic, and it looked like she, oh yeah, sorry, I forgot this. Her sidearm and 2 mags were missing. I called that out. You'll hear it on the audio. At that point, really, she was gone. I started fucking coming to my senses here. Okay, what are we going to do now, right? Then I started looking around the scene more, and I'm thinking in my mind, he dragged her there and shot her there. But yeah, there was no blank. Like, what the fuck is she doing here? Unbeknownst to me, 5 minutes earlier, Matt Ingram moved her. No one told us. I didn't know. Or no, sorry, no one told us, didn't know. Okay. So in my mind, I'm thinking, and her portable was out. I had already heard that Mark Rose was probably talking with this guy. Mark Rose was probably talking with this guy. Like, it's okay, you know? That's the rumor we're hearing. Mike Rose had interaction with him on the radio. And it's not a rumor because Mark Rose does talk about it. He says, I think I may have been communicating with him. Her radio was stretched way out, and it was snaked. It was snaked around her vest. So he couldn't get at the radio, couldn't pull it off her. And her radio holster was in the middle of the road, which made no sense. Radio holders just sitting there, and it had been ripped off her belt. It was ripped. So the holder was there. And there was a tiny blank. Pretty sure Mark Rose talks about it. If you go through a statement, it's 98% sure. He talks about that he spoke to, he believes that he may have spoken to whoever killed Heidi. And I thought, to my mind, hello, Tara, Ken, you do not remember Bernard? No, they didn't talk about Bernard. It's very tragic. And I thought, to my mind, so prior to talking with some of my buddies on ERT, prior to talking to them on Sunday night or Monday, I was thinking, like, it all happened, right? You know, she went, you know, it's just didn't make sense, right? It just didn't make sense to me. So her gear was definitely messed with. I called that out, obviously, and yeah. So EHS go back to EHS arrived, and they were the third arrival folks at the scene, graphic. And I just waited with her. It's in our culture. You don't leave deceased people. That's really stand up. You don't leave people. So I'm like, we're not going until we decide what's going on here, right? It's like, is this kind of what kind of crime scene is this, right? Sorry, I just need a moment there. Yeah. So I remember Addie McCallum and Rodney Peterson rolled up. It was 11:44. Where were they? And the reason why. It was his first chance to make notes. I remember my hand shaking so bad. It was his first chance to make notes. I remember my hand shaking so bad. You could see the difference. I said, shit, I can't do that right now. So I but I know Addie was walking up, and I thought, fuckers, I had better make some notes, right? So I shouldn't swear on the tape. That's what I thought in my mind, right? But I put it back, and another hour later, I was clear with Addie, and he needed a drive to so he wanted me to go. So I said, well, I'm not leaving, but was told no. Like, like Heidi and I go way back. Heidi and I go back to Depot. I've known her for 25 years. She's a friend of mine. She's on the DLT with me and stuff. So it was quite a shocker and quite knocked the wind out of my sails that day. Yeah. Anyway, the only reason I left, I was Barry, who was the whole who gets the whole cultural piece. Like, he sees, that's okay, I'll stay with her. So that's why I left. So anyway, then we drove Addie to the hall, to the command post in Great Village, went back to Bible Hill, caught the tail end of what Jerry and Angela's briefing to command. That's Jerry Rose, Berthium, and Angela McKay. Fuck, I know this stuff so well. And then came back here to Millbrook as my guys were now being relieved and trickling in. Made my notes that you have at the time. There are no notes that have been issued. And so that was 3:15. Addie McCallum's notes are out there, and they're an interesting read. Made these notes here. I gave them to Sean via email, and that's it. Debriefed my guys as best I could with what I knew, and went home. I forget what I had coverage coverage that night, so I know Corey Paul and Sid George stepped up greatly. Those first few days, it was kind of a few days before we got relieved, right? So I was back at it Monday. But tough week. That would be extraordinarily tough. And right back at it. Yeah, so that's it. And I should just quickly make sure I didn't forget anything. So I saw, not sure what that's about here, but anyway. So I saw, I could tell that both cars were fully engulfed. But I should remember this spec, my memory. The flames were only at the window line. I could still see all the stripes. So they were, in my mind, they were fully engulfed, but you could tell they were both PCs. So I would say the fire was mainly interior and the window line. It unintelligible half the car. Okay. I do remember that. And sir, do you mean burning down like the roof? So it looked like they were on fire from inside. One car, I think, was on fire more than the other. The one that I couldn't tell, like the one that was nose in. So for instance, when I looked at it, the car that was facing me and a car this way, the car this way was clearly a police car. The side was untouched by fire. But the window line was it was burning from the inside. And so it looked like the other side looked like the hood was burning. But I could still tell it was a police car. I could see and make out the roof. The roof lights hadn't melted at that point. They were still, I guess I'm telling you, they were both police cars. So what looked blank, potentially harmful, pistol mags missing, called it out, set perimeter, EMRT arrived in 10, coded backup. He's going through his checklist now. EHS arrived 10:10. Scene secured until I departed with McCallum. Frankly, McCallum should have had somebody else probably drive. Yeah. So that's pretty much it. Okay. So when you were originally jumped on and throughout, what radio channel were you on? Colchester. The whole time on both radios? The whole time. Yes. In my mind, the Civics were in Colchester. And I know the area pretty well, but I mean, it was pretty close. It was we were past the 200 feet in a different county. Like, this is, in my mind, going to be in Colchester. I didn't question the radio. What I questioned was the fact that there was this confusing information and people's questions weren't getting answered. So that's what I said. Man, fuck. We're on our own here today. There's nobody here to help us. So, yeah, Colchester. Okay. But I think the channels must have been open because, obviously, sometimes they were open because I remember hearing chatter that wasn't what chatter changed. And I think it was around the time that I found Como in Stewackie. Now, this is true. This is very, very odd. Because if he's on both channels on Colchester, why is he on the East Haunts channel? There's a lot of observations I've made throughout looking at this stuff. And I'm like, ooh. Another thing I noticed was there's very little swearing on the radio. Now I know that they're taught not to do that, but I think frankly, if you roll up and you see your friend dead and stuff, I'm thinking, I don't know, but I'm thinking he probably may have said an expletive on the air, given the way that he may communicate here. He's not unlike me. Just one moment, please. The logs don't seem to quite line up with statements that I've read. Now, you could say, well, that's just because time has gone by, people are being interviewed, memories change, but there's a lot of differences I'm beginning to notice. And I go back to a certain set of tapes, which I always had an issue with that I talked about. But anyway, just throwing it out there that that's an observation. It doesn't mean the way it is, just something I've noticed. And I'm not going to go into it too much right now. So, sometime in the minutes leading up to my arrival, and I'm guessing my arrival should have been around noon or 5 after, just by judging how long it takes to drive that road fast. I used to live in Stewackie too, so being called out here and whatnot. Community policing and whatnot. Like, I know it's like 12, 15 minutes at the most, right? So I figured I arrived at like 11 o'clock. Sorry, not 12 noon, 11. Right. around 11 or 11:05. Okay. And so in that range, right around 11, the channels were open up, I guess. I'm thinking he may be off by his time. Not sure. But that would be a really horrific thing because he was close to her. And he was. Or merged, I guess they call it. Maybe the term they're using. And that's true. Yes, sorry. At 11 o'clock, they did merge the channels. There seems to be a blank space between the Colchester channel and I think it's the East Haunts channel. There's about a 10 or 15 minute gap that they don't have in the logs that don't appear that I can see. If they said they changed them at 11 o'clock, it didn't change. All the traffic on the Colchester channel, I think it is, stopped at 10:40. I can't recall off the top of my head. I'm sorry, but they did. There seems to be a gap between them. Just another observation. We're opened up, I guess, or merged, I guess they call it. Maybe the term they're using, I think that would have been accounted for why my button, I know the button works, but I didn't get what I thought was the beep, beep, beep response. But come to find out, you see all the channels were open. But that didn't happen, I don't know. Anyway, right. To this point, so obviously Morrison still is open, I guess, or however it works, right? So did you hear Chad? Like when he called out that he had been shot, did you hear that come through to you? So I don't think so. I don't think. But to illustrate the amount of confusion on the radio, and again, I haven't heard the radio, to me at high speed, and with that, anxiety and pressure setting in, I heard I couldn't even count the different voices. I couldn't count. Like it just appeared to be just people talking. I didn't after a while I stopped recognizing voices. So he's on the Colchester channel. Let me just flash over 1 second here. This is East Haunts. Now, Morrison was on both channels, but then apparently his radio got shot. So he could only use one. He could listen to it, but he couldn't talk on it on the other channel. There's something funky going on. Back to reading. And for some reason, the dispatcher sounded different, which is weird. Like, I knew her. I knew that was her because I was listening to her. I wasn't listening to anybody else, right? So I couldn't tell you if I heard Chad or not. Sure. I don't think so. But again, I never really worked with Chad. I don't know him that well. So there were voices I didn't recognize. That was for sure. I think that's supposed to be that. But again, yeah. Okay. So you had mentioned that she came back over and said, break, 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 member's been shot. What do you think that was in relation to at the time? I believe that was in relation to Chad. Okay. I wonder if I should get into some of this at this point. Because there is something that this stuff is just not quite lining up for me. I have questions. Not saying anything definitively, but I definitely have some questions. Because it's very quick how the Colchester first, if we look at this, just so that we're clear, give me 1 second here. I'll put these right beside each other. Colchester, East Hotz. I have to go back because I'm faster than Como. East Hotz, right? Give me 1 second, please. Oh, I've done it. I'm going to have a meltdown. My computer is not going to like. There's something with this log. I've talked about this before. With this specific file, the Colchester file, radio file, it will not scan. It just won't. I don't know what they've done to it. This is the same log that they pulled down off the website. You had to get it quick. Otherwise, it disappeared. And then it did reappear. But yeah. And I know that there are some other questions that O'Dear is beginning to have with some of the other stuff too. Hopefully she and I can collaborate on, I know her stuff is a bit different. Hello. But she and I also noticed funny things with the tapes way back, if you know what I'm talking about. So, okay, so now it's stopped doing its crazy. Give me 1 moment here. 10, 9, 59, 10, 59. Okay, so here is another major anomaly, which I'm sure many of you have observed. But the Colchester radio log is on Eastern Standard Time. All the rest of them are not. Not sure quite how that happens. There's a lot of Eastern Standard Time stuff happening. There appears to be an email that's being sent on who is that? From his private account, or his private account, like his personal account, which is a no-no, from McCallum to McCallum on his official account. I talked about that the other day. I don't want to stop and go into other things, but I just want to give a few other things that I'm kind of looking at. Where's that? For those of you who haven't caught that, just because obviously these videos are quite lengthy. So Greenwich Mean Time, right? These are time differences. So when you look at emails and things like that, it will have what time zone it's sent from. If you look at McCallum's emails, some of them, there's three or four I definitely have questions about. There's an email sent at 8:12 in the morning. Okay, I think this is all to do with photo stuff. The emergence of the photo, because I have a lot of questions about where the original photo came from of the car. And here you can see Addie McCallum's personal account is sending an email to Addie McCallum's RCMP account, which again is a serious no-no, at 8:12. And the time difference is 4 hours, Greenwich Mean Time, as opposed to his other emails. And he does send another email here to whatever gobbledygook this is, GW check recipient dummy underscore domain dot dummy underscore host, but it has a 3-hour time difference. Okay, so I'm not sure how Eastern Standard Time comes into this one. The Eastern Standard Time pops up quite a bit, if those of you who've been following this one closely. Not sure why Eastern Standard Time comes up. I'm not sure why Colchester operates on when the other two channels that we have access to, I think, which is I think we get ERT channel as well. Those are all operating on this ERT channel. I shouldn't comment on the ERT one. Sorry. I think we do have access to the ERT one. Definitely East Hants and East Hants and Cumberland are operating on Nova Scotia time. Not so with Colchester. No. GW, yeah. The email address is really funky, and there's some funky stuff. I don't understand tech stuff that well. Maybe somebody who's much better with this stuff can kind of explain it to me. Dummy.text. I think that's probably a nothing burger, but these are pictures, resized pictures at 1:30 in the morning. Okay. Photos are important in this one. Where are they coming from? And then we've got the mime.822, which is a specific type of program. I looked into it. Could be the CAD stuff. Yeah, I don't understand it. Somebody, I'm sure, who knows technology, please leave the comments below and correct me if I'm wrong about this stuff. That's the only way I get better. And or let me know more about this, because I don't. Mime.822 is I forget what company owns that. It traces back to, it's a very specific file. Anyway, I digress majorly. So let's go back to the interview. We'll just check a couple of these things here. The two-sided phone they talk about. Did they ever announce who was the ERT? Who the ERT were pumping gas at Petro with Wortman, Nova Scotia? Not that I've come across, Becca. Not that I've come across. Not, all of you who go through files know And this is like, seriously, we're getting this much. And I feel very confident in saying, as this process goes along, it's going to get real bad for the RCMP, and they know it. Real bad. I've never seen behavior like I saw it yesterday from the lawyer. It was really demeaning. The RCMP doesn't do those. They act very stoic. That was not a demonstration of that. They're really getting fired up. And I can see it elsewhere in the glowy things that are happening right now in the background. There is shit happening. Plus, we had, sorry to break from the reading, we had, where's that? And I am aware of certain articles and things like that. So I'm not going to go there right now. It's all part of some other bigger things. We had this. Petitions. This is the government website. Copy. I'll drop it in here. Yeah, and there's funky calls going out again. I think that message I got today may have been a funky call. Kind of like the airsoft stuff. May. I've seen it before, and it was a zero burger back in 2020. And to distract. Not just the airsoft. There was a few of them. And those who have been watching the videos know of some of them. There are others that I know of too. So this is petition E4030, Employment and Labor. And this was initiated by Amrit Parhar from Scarborough. A petition of the House of Commons, whereas over 15 reviews were conducted on the RCMP and its culture in the past decade, resulting in 200 plus recommendations for reform, of which very few have been implemented. That's an understatement. To date, there is no reform to RCMP accountability, procedures, and a culture of harassment remains entrenched within the force. RCMP leaders unwilling to implement systemic change. Gosh, I hate those buzzwords, but it's totally true. The harassment, I can't underscore, is rife, terrible within the RCMP, terrible on all kinds of levels. And they apologize profusely about it when they really get backed in a corner. Well, not profusely. Bob, with his fucking press conference that he came out, oh, I'm sorry about the racism. I'm sorry about the women harassment, sexual stuff. It's bad, man. Specifically women, but there is racist stuff going down there too. Not to bring in hot button issues, but it is true. RCMP Management Advisory Board was established in January 2019 to investigate persistent allegations of chronic workplace harassment and related civilian claims. Any recommendations the RCMP Management Advisory Board gives to the RCMP are non-binding. They don't have to do it. And therefore, without any legitimacy or power to enact change. So I'm kind of like the MCC. Like the review. Just change letters and put in a couple different ones. All the same stew. Media too. They don't want to go there. They don't want to cough this one up. And it's coming out. We, the undersigned citizens of the residents of Canada, call upon the House of Commons to establish an independent investigative body for RCMP members and employees with civilian oversights and subject matter expertise to investigate RCMP member and employee complaints and allegations in a timely and accountable manner. Sponsored by Lisa Marie Barron. Not that I'm very political and won't go there, but that's not really. Anyway, it's all the same. But, good for her for signing, and it has 95 signatures. The members that are getting the hell beaten out of them, and that's why they don't want to talk. They know what happens to them. They know what happens inside, and they know what happens if they do talk outside. It's going to be a big problem. You got to have some balls. Big balls. Good for them too, the ones who do stand up, but it is hella bad. I know some of it, and it is awful from the inside. Just unbelievable. All right, so we'll go back here. I have your comments. Seems like they're trying to get defunded. I don't know. Again, I know you and I have had that talk, Tara. I've had this talk with other people, my concerns on this one. And I do believe what they say. And they say that, listen, this shit is going to happen anyway. Probably the bigger, badder police force is going to come. Better to have more people awake and wise to what's going down before that comes around. And maybe, you never know, maybe we can get it turned around. I doubt it. National policing, international policing, Canada, undercover garbage, covert ops. We just got to kick it all to the curb. People don't even know what the fuck car they're driving because they got all these ghost cars. Ding. I said it again in here. Didn't know. How do cops know other cops? They don't even know each other. The MWS is not logged in. Whatever, man. Freckles, look at Dunphy. Well, Dunphy is, one. That's just a civilian. Not just a civilian. But I'm talking internally. It is yeah. And I only know, in comparison to some people, very little, but I would say I'm pretty decently schooled on it. And it is fucking awful. Awful. I've talked to some of these people. It is horrendous. People who can't even live here in this country anymore. It is so bad. They destroy their lives. Blue Nose, howdy. Just made it back. Seen RCMP SUV. No colored markings, but the outline, like they put the markings on and pulled them off. Oh, okay, so it's one of those chameleon buggeroos. Like, is this cool? Who thinks this is cool? It's not cool. They don't know where they're going. You had the clowns over there in Truro who are like, can you tell me where the communication center is? To the Truro police. They don't know what they're doing. And this isn't to shit on good members because there's lots of them, but it certainly sounds like a lot of people weren't on the list as to what was going down. Balin. Surprised to hear Halifax was in Chubby. Yes, that's why I highlighted. I think he may live there. He's off duty. I think he might talk about that. Addie, yes. Well, Addie Addie's getting the ride from. Yeah, you know some of this other bigger story. You do. So, but it's a big one, and it's going to take a lot to unwind it. I don't even know how to. Somebody always said to me, because that's the way my mind works. It's seeing things, putting all the pieces together over the years. And I'm like, I don't know quite how you tell that story succinctly. How can you catch me up on that? Yeah, you got the 2 years. How about on this one? 2 years. Solid. Do you want to go? Mama isn't happy about it. See the story, RCMP Newfoundland? I did. Again, there's a lot of pieces being moved. I'm not sure what all it means. I'm still assessing the field. And I think it's always good to just breathe and carefully observe what all is going down. But there are a lot of stuff, and there's a lot going on in the background. There always has been. Smurfs and sneakeroonies and intelligence all over the place here. It just stinks. Is Addie McCallum and the dispatcher head honcho a couple? I believe, yes, Jenna. I believe they're related. I don't know quite how, but I think they might be married. She also, Jennifer McCallum, is in charge of, if I'm recalling correctly, Cumberland Domestic Violence Coordinator or something like that. She's a civilian employee, I think. Somewhere on here I have the Cumberland breakdown of stuff. But I believe they are related in some capacity. Not sure. GW check. Dummy. Okay. Private is public. Dangerous. Marxian ideas. Marxist is. Going back to check old things, streams. First time I thought I was seeing things. Oh, where's this in relation to? Dartmouth Main Street. See it daily for the past week. Seen it for the first time, thought I was seeing things. The second time I thought with someone else, they confirmed it. Oh. It's all games. The numbers are games. It's all fucking phony. The views, I think it's way phonier than that when you start plugging certain things and digging into them. It starts to get really spooky. There's a lot of lying going on, I believe, by a lot of people in different places. We'll just leave it there. I was wondering if that was his wife because it was so hard to make sense where he lives, Bible Hill, rather than in Pictou County. Like I said, I believe Jennifer McCallum is his wife. I'm not 100% sure. I'm sure I'm going to get a buzz about this one. But, and she does do domestic violence. She's involved with domestic violence. And I was like, I think it's in Cumberland. Is it in Cumberland or is it in Pictou? One of the two. Maybe it's in Pictou also. I don't know. I think they were working actually, so it must be Pictou. I wonder if I can find it. I'll leave that for another time. I do have the breakdowns for it. 50 viewers, only 8 participants in the chat. Sorry? Oh, yes. While they watch. There's a whole pile of them. And I don't even believe the fucking numbers that they say about this stuff. I've been able to look at them and they go a little funky. Caught a few screenshots of views being removed and things. I bet you there are people in here that are just shadow banned and have no idea that they're shadow banned. I have no idea that they're there. We have no idea that they're there. And then it just looks like, nobody's really watching, and they're commenting and they're just like, nobody's talking to me. These tricks that they play. It's bullshit. Anyway, okay. Sorry. I don't think so. Back to this, Bernard. So it was Chad, hearing Chad. I don't think I could. Did you hear Chad or not? Sure. I don't think so. But again, I never really worked with Chad. I don't know him that well. So there are voices I didn't recognize. That was for sure. But again, yeah. So you had mentioned that she came back over the air and said, break, members, been shot. What do you think that was in relation to at the time? I believe that was in relation to Chad. Now, one other thing. What did the lawyer said the other day? He said, that's what lawyers say. And I was like, it's so fucking true. What? Oh, just one more. The dispatchers on you get this? Unidentified dispatchers. There's unidentified people. See? I don't know who these exactly are. The OP6. It is an operator within the RCMP. But if you go to, say, this is East, this is the Colchester one. The Colchester one, or this is East Haas. They will identify people. There are people in channels that they have no identification for within within the communication center, the OCC center. They know exactly who the fuck these people are. Why is their name not there? And other members don't recognize who they are. YouTube Black Cube. Fuck off with the Black Cube. I don't want to go there. Okay. Okay. So you had mentioned that she came back over there. Break, members. I believe that was in relation to Chad. Okay. Yeah, because minutes after that, you see, I'm a little fuzzy on that. Minutes after that, either at the later stages of that message, getting a separate second message, but shortly after the unintelligible, which of course would just be resolved with the videotape and audio tape. Quit playing games. It is continuing on, and I thought, holy fuck. And then it was only minutes after that, because I remember unintelligible is continuing on, so that's somebody's name. And what the fuck does that mean? Or something. Like that's a rather critical piece. What the fuck is going on there? Yeah, right. Then minutes after that, I can't remember. The mission changed, and it became a crash site. So I'm thinking and no one is explaining anything else beyond that. Read in. And that's why I started to realize, man, this is not good. We're on our own here, unintelligible. And I all the while I'm thinking, why is there no CIC on the radio? Commander in charge. So at this time, that's McGilvery. Lots of people think it's just West. West looked like there was some kind of move maybe to have him leave from Surrett, possibly, who came in earlier in the morning, I believe. And at 7:40, he's putting out calls to get somebody else to come in. Maybe it's just a relief thing. West didn't want to leave. Maybe he's just a really great guy. But there seem to be definitely some power issues going on, for sure. That one I'm sure about. There seem to be power issues going on about who was in charge, whether it was West or McGilvery, who doesn't mention it until later, much later, even though he took charge. So it was McGilvery at this time. Why is there no CIC in charge? Why are they not being logistical? Nothing makes sense to me. I think that's just a typo. And I've been in the force a long time, and there was definitely a communication issue there. I'm not throwing people under the bus for a name here. Like, I don't really know. Good for him. Wow. I don't even know who the CIC was that day. Huh? I don't think McGilvery had said anything on the radio, because he didn't until 11:20. It was like just before this went down, the big stop. And then he came in and he said McGilvery's in charge. But according to his interview, he was in charge much before that. And West wouldn't go home. I don't know. All I know is that Steve Halliday was expecting me at Bible Hill. So I did reach him on the air, and I do know his voice, and he did respond. But, he acknowledged it in some way. I can't recall. But when I was at the scene calling out that she was down and her gun was missing, I don't know who was answering. I don't remember. Now, there's obviously a lot going on with, I'm trying to be benefit of the doubt, not tinfoily or anything. But it does seem like there's something wrong here. I don't know the dispatcher. I don't know that dispatcher. This just came to my head. The dispatcher actually yelled at me. Bernard, answer your phone. Okay, so there's stuff going on the phones too, if you look at the logs. So my work phone had been going off. There wasn't any feel of vibration, right? So I checked, so I answered it, and it was Leah Swan. I don't remember met her, but I know her name now. She's like, I hate to ask you this, but is Stevenson okay? And so I kind of barked at her. We'll see, not 10-4. And I already said she's down, right? But anyway, I apologize for that after. But anyway, so yeah. Computers going down at weird times. Peterson. So did you hear any ERT communication at all? No, not at all. Heidi dragging her and then leaving her? Okay. So when you so it sounds like you basically went north. You went up to Bible Hill. When you said you met no. What was that about? So we're here in Millbrook. Okay, I live in Hilden, which is just south of us. So I came to the office. To Millbrook, met Jarrett. That's where Morrison, 33, went off. Yeah. Break. and we immediately headed south to Enfield. I got a lot of homework. But he didn't get into it. Maybe he will I can't recall all of this. Maybe he will get into it, but he didn't talk about how Heidi is just left there. Like, at least leave somebody with her. You just take off. You drag her off the road and then leave. Don't call it in. Don't call it in. How can you not call it in? How can you not say, hey, we're chasing the bad guy or whatever the fuck you're on, and say, we have somebody who's back there, which of course you would have left one member at least there. There was 4 of them there, I believe, anyway, in that ERT vehicle. You left her unattended. Nobody even, like, did anybody phone for medical attention? Sounds a bit, yeah. I really am trying to be sensitive here, but did they phone for medical attention? That's what I want to know. Because if you left her there, you didn't call it in to your own members so that they would come. Did you call at least into the hospital? Because somebody got to come. Maybe she's alive. So we're here in Millbrook. I live here. Okay, break. Immediately headed south to Enfield. So I met Gibson. It was the flat part of that shitty little motel. Between that shitty little motel, there's a big farm on the hill. And you can see the railroad tracks. I met on that stretch there. Okay, and that's where I said, it's Gibby. It was right here. You see, again, you can take the GPS logs, overlay that with the 911, the radio logs, and overlay it with what he just said here. And it should all line up. The times. I find that there's some issues with other things I've looked at. Okay, I don't know why he's doing what he's doing there. I later learned that Stevenson sent the 2 young guys with carbines north, which explains why they were that far north. Like, I heard that anecdotally. Through the grapevine. Because, through that, out that week, we were with the Enfield guys at different events and things, and that's what I heard anecdotally. They were sent north. I mean, is that on the radio logs that he would have access to? Colchester, I believe that's in Colchester's logs. So, and Gibby obviously was on the number 2, and I was guessing he didn't know what to do, is what all it was, junior member like. Sure. You know better. You better. So he was, I heard they were happy to see us, Yeah, come down, but unintelligible. Austin said that actually. So, yeah. Okay. So you traveled there, and when you eventually got to the crash site, I guess that's what you'd be calling. I call it the crash site. Yeah. So your observations at that point, you can see 2 vehicles. They're on fire. Yeah. And Heidi has been moved back a fair bit. I didn't see her at first. Okay. There was, so obviously there some visual exclusion going on, a television, because so I actually saw the smoke before I even ran into the bend. There's a bit of a curve here, there. If you actually sit up and look up the road, if you're at the vet hospital, you actually can't see the rivers has a bit of a broad curve to it. So I saw the smoke. So when I came across the bridge, obviously we don't know, somewhere in that mix, I don't know if I knew that before or after, but I knew that the SOC had left us in the silver SUV. But don't know when that came in. It is in the radio logs, but of course they're just transcripts, paper. We were told that. That's why I say, where? That fucking thing. Boom. You get that? If you ask that and demand it because it's yours. You don't ask. You don't ask employees if they're out of line. You demand them. You get this, you will get many answers. This whole millions of pages and hoo-ha with lawyers can be settled quickly. But you got to demand it from the MCC. People have to go out and protest and say, where the fuck is it? So I missed her. We were told that. I did hear that. Silver SUV. I think I knew that before. And so I missed her rolling in. I didn't see her because she was so far away. I was just like cars. And then so we pulled up. When I pulled up, I came here. I'm here, sorry. Como pulls here. And the crash site is there. I had us against the ramps. Right. Como is looking over me back, and she's here on the guardrail. That is where it were. I actually had to crane my head forward to look, and that's when I saw her. So we actually drove by her, that which I felt like a piece of shit after that. But anyway, I just didn't see her. It was smoke, and there was smoke everywhere. There's smoke everywhere. It's just like this dark forest haze, fire haze, because there was so much grass on fire here, right? And the cars were billowing this really, and I should like, hey, put a lab in, send in for a lab. They were cooking off. It was really heavy, sooty, dark smoke, right? Oh, okay. Yeah. And when you got there, were there any other people or vehicles around? Not on the deck, I should, or the bridge deck area, which I'll call that the ramp area. But there was a lot of people down by the store, Martin's Rite Aid. That's down the hill. Bottom by the park and the gazebo. I would say 15, 20 people, In fact, like a couple of people tried to come up the ramp and we actually gun pointed. They were like, they backed down. I actually yelled down to the crowd. I yelled for a volunteer fire. I said, just contain it. They know how to do this. I said, is there any volunteer firemen there? Yeah, we're here. I said, block the fucking road off. And he put his car, he pulled his car apart. I do remember that. Yeah. Yeah. Huh? Just came to me. Yeah. Yeah. And so there's no no other cars there. There is no one about the scene at that point. No. I don't know why people weren't there helping, but okay. Previous. A lot of footage would be going out too. No, okay, in this day and age. Film don't help. No. Did anyone drive past while you were there? No. We had a couple of people I later learned was HRP. There was a pickup truck, and some other shenanigans going on up the street there. That's why I put Blake up there. Gibby dealt with that, and I don't know what he dealt with, but there was some attempted incursions. There was a couple, I don't recall anyone coming up from Shuby, up the backside. There was for sure multiple vehicles, a person on foot, a dark green jacket, with a dark green jacket who walked towards us. So I put my gun. I remember blank. I remember putting the gun on the guardrail and looking at him. And I said to myself, who the fuck is that? But I had him. I had the guy. And I was like, so I had my left hand. I started doing that. And he was doing this. And I thought to myself, who the fuck are you? And so then, for some reason, I think I showed him the gun and I put it back down. And then he jumped. He jumped over the embankment. I don't know who that was, but never found out. No. And but it was just, I felt like there's nobody coming. And I don't know who any of these people are. No. So anyway, understandable. And so it was after that, a couple of vehicles that I yelled down because I was done doing what I was going to do with Heidi. And I yelled down, block that fucking road off. I was like, rural farm guys, right? Good old guys. Yeah. And yeah. Okay. And so at that time, what information did you have about the suspect and the vehicle? What were you looking for? A silver SUV. I don't know. I don't know what it is, but I'm getting the feeling that just there's a lot of animosity in Nova Scotia towards RCMP from a lot of people, which has been mounting probably because non-local RCMP acting like assholes. Didn't really want to help out, maybe. I don't know. There was a couple. I did see that. So it's not to say I'm not labeling everybody at all, but there seems to be situation going on. And that's all I remember. Even as you approach this crash scene, I can recall it was rad. It was timely to that. I don't know the exact, I can't recall. It was either just before or just after we arrived. Okay. Because I remember our time there. There was a silver SUV parked. It pulled up and they were watching us. Odd. And you may hear some audio. I'm calling that out. You'll hear me calling it out to the guys to be aware there is a silver SUV. Again, these things should be in the radio logs. And that would timestamp kind of a few minutes before I knew that. So I don't recall how I found out. Again, the radio was just nothing made sense on the radio other than I can just tell the voice sounded different from dispatch other than other radio traffic. I don't know why, but I had no trouble hearing dispatch. Okay, yeah. And then about him, like, were you aware of him wearing a uniform and all that sort of thing? I'm trying to think here. When I came 10-8, I think I deleted it for some reason. Trevor Gowan sent me a picture. Apparently Nick stopped him, sent pictures of their licenses. Their licenses. I want to say I had a picture of his face either from 7 o'clock that morning. I don't know. I can't remember. Trevor may know when he sent it to me. I believe Trevor's things because sometimes he sends things that, like, hey, I wouldn't want my spouse to see. Like, Trevor and I. Yeah, go way back. Locker room talk. So, like, I think I deleted the guy's picture. I had his picture somewhere on my iPhone, my personal phone. So Nick is sending to Trevor and Trevor's sending it to him on his personal phone? Because Nick, I forget Nick's last name, the new guy in Bible Hill, he takes pictures of people like on when he stops them. Oh, so that's how we knew. And that's how we had his picture from Nick Dorrington. Brookfield. Wife seeing a car. Nick, nowhere near. So he had stopped Workman right before, and had a license a week or two before. Just like it was like, I remember you're not even going to unintelligible. Huh? Apparently, this is all like fifth hand. I don't know. Where's this guy? Get on the fucking table, man. Answer questions. You got a lot of questions to answer. Thought it was February. Car 54. What do you believe? I don't know. I really don't know anymore. I generally recall having a picture of him, but I'm a little fuzzy on I'm really fuzzy. I mean, that's the other thing too. This timeline in my mind is very compressed. A lot happened in my world in 15 minutes. God bless you. I totally understand. Uh-huh. I'm still having, there's gaps. It's for maybe only 15 minutes. Man, there's a lot of information that was exchanged in 15 minutes in my world. Yeah, and I'm still, well, some of it doesn't make sense entirely. And I think if I heard the audio in my mind, I'm not going to rush anything or whenever. I'll wait until I have the right to hear it down the road. Like, come on. After this interview is done and you get what you need from this guy, right? Give him the peace of mind. He's sitting there and it's not adding up. Give him the peace of mind, unless you don't want to. Like, that's horrific to see that. You're not treating him very nicely. I hope to God they did. I don't know. It's maybe in this other interview. I can't remember. If I heard the audio, it makes sense to me, because right now, I have the guy saying, "Oh, do you? I heard you say this." I don't remember saying that at all. Right. Operational, I guess I was doing okay operational wise, but they were like, man, Wedge said this. And I'm like, I don't remember saying that at all. That's happened a couple of odd times, right? Yeah. Just kicks in, I guess. Your training. Maybe. Yeah. But this was that has nothing to do with training, dude. This was I know. See, I know Heidi very well. And that was I did not expect to see her that day. So I was struggling to, yeah. Uh-huh. Graphic stuff. Graphic stuff. Yeah. A couple of times while I was there, I thought, should I just grab her and go on the run and get her to some help? I was just kind of debated all these things, but anyway, we stayed. So in terms of the whole thing, it was tough. It was tough. It hit me pretty hard. Yeah. I understand why. Yeah. So, did you move anything else at the scene? Or any of your guys while you were there? No. The scene became, we actually thought about moving her. The fire was spreading to the grass. Like, for me, to the recorder anyway, like while I was working on her, we had exhausted one of our extinguishers. There was only two cars close to where she was. One of them didn't work, I think. I can't recall. One of them didn't work. We were out of the extinguisher at some point. Oh, the extinguisher. All the toys that you don't have working fire extinguishers. Okay. But the fire towards us had burned out, because it was mainly of a dirty, the snow pile leaves, the clumps of dirt and stuff. So I think they were less to burn. So that became less of an issue. But there was, well, trod around there. And insofar as I remember thinking I got to leave that micro holder, the radio holder. Someone drove over it. This is a crime scene. Obviously I'm not following him. What the fuck, man? Either the EMRT guys, the fucking ambulance guys, like, I remember that they got, oh God, I could have grabbed that, right? And because at the time, not knowing, I would have moved her. And I was thinking crime scene, right? But someone had moved, moved the radio holder. No, we didn't touch. There was nothing. The cars were too danger. Couldn't get any closer. In fact, I was thinking, fuck, we should move her, because the cars were still cooking off and things were blowing up in them and different things, Fuck, she was pretty far away, man. Jesus, I can't. Yeah, and the hand, if you could actually feel the heat, we were close. We were, 20 yards, not even. Wasn't very far. Okay, yeah. And so her position, like, you didn't adjust her at all. She wasn't turned, flipped, nothing. Okay. No. Well, I guess that's no. Did you notice any like evidence based around the area? Any any spent cartridges or guns or anything? Oh, no. No. And I looked because I literally said to myself, this does not make sense. Okay. I mean, I talked to Matt. I don't know Matt Ingram of ERT. According to my buddy Ed, Matt moved her. Okay, so Matt Ingram. Matt moved her. Tim ordered them to go because they were chasing Buddy. He was just ahead of us, they said, so we don't have time to deal with her, and Matt moved her blank. Yeah, which is what I heard anecdotally just through talking to members. No debrief? What was that Campbell said? No, because there was an officer involved shooting. Don't debrief. Don't debrief. That makes a lot of sense. Because if there was a debrief, he would know. He could give his statement and then do a debrief. They could all debrief. Okay. Because I was, well, actually, Mark told me. Because Matt told Mark. Okay. All right. And that was more of a self-care conversation. I don't mean that talking about just everybody was struggling, right? And fuck them, man. They didn't like they, I know people are angry at the RCMP. They really treated their members like crap. They really did. This is one of his very good friends, one of his troop mates. They go way back. They had him in working the next day. No problems. Just like Dion, hey, don't worry about it. Some of them are just like, I'm not working. Others are like, well, of course, like I can't leave people without police, so I'm going to come in, but I really don't feel like I'm there. Nor should they be. Of course, yeah. But that's how I heard. I was talking to Mark either Sunday night or Monday about that. He said, hey, man, I got to tell you something. Like, this is what happened. Like, because I told Mark, I think Mark called me that day because Mark was thinking about coming up. And I forget how it all, we talked about it for a couple of times that day. Yeah, so I learned ERT moved her. And then I was mad. Why didn't they take her or work on her? This is all really fucking weird, man. And then I heard from someone else that they were ordered to leave. Hello, Christiana. They were ordered to leave. What in the fuck is going on? Ew, that's not a nice color. Higher. Like, that's not their job, or that's not their job, right? Victims. Well, which I know that too, but it was an emotional couple of days, right? So again, I think he arrived. No, he arrived still while things were going on. I don't know. How can you just leave her there? He didn't. He's like, no, I'm staying. Culture or not culture. That's just human decency. Thank God he didn't. Which I know that was an emotional couple of days. Unintelligible. And again, I'm a little confused how I learned what. What is going on? Is there rumor mills getting piped into them? But I did hear initially from Mark that moved her. And I remember I was asking, why would they do that? Then later, the reason why was they were ordered to leave. So, yeah. Okay, just for the record, you're talking about Mark McPherson. Yeah. So that's where the rumor mill started. Well, I don't know. I shouldn't say that, but it's going through him on the Chinese telephone. Yeah. Sergeant Mark McPherson. Yeah. Okay. Okay. So, and you've actually, I remembered things I didn't remember. Huh. Well, that's good. Yeah. This is a debrief happening in July. July, the RCMP is interviewing him. Or is this one? Sorry. No, this one. Is this one July? Yeah. July 8th, isn't it? The fuck, man? April to May, May to June, June to July. 3 months? You got 20,000 members. Same names. Yeah, so the audio would have been a big help to them. Would it be a big help to him too? Now, I hope to God they gave it to him. Yeah. Gee, I know this isn't, important to the investigation per se, but I guess it's that not remembering everything is kind of it's unsettling a little bit, It's just like fucking I wish I could remember this or that. But yeah, so yeah, no. I attribute that just to to the shock of it all. Like obviously yeah, it played out right how it played out, right? So, yeah. Okay, all right. Is there anything else that you can think of? No, no, that's it. Again, little things come up when we converse, but yeah, I wouldn't remember that if I was trying to type out a report. I started to type a report and was just like, it is through talking with somebody, and I don't, I don't think they have that where they're all kind of sitting in a circle and kind of just sharing what they're going through at this point in time. Like obviously, right at the beginning, that's not the most appropriate thing. You got to separate people. Like you don't put like Banfields in the same room and question them together. That's a severe no. HRP, boom. You don't do that. I wonder if the stories in the warrants are kind of the same. But, at this point in time, get them so that they have therapy, like they're working together through something, and give them the shit that they need, the tapes, the whatever, so they don't have to sit around and they're pulling their hair out at night and they're like, I don't remember, I don't know what the fuck, and nothing's making sense. I don't remember. Jesus Christ. Yeah. And because then it would just look like, yeah, general notes. Like, so I don't remember some of the stuff. So no. That's good. Okay, that's good. You don't remember. Yeah. Okay. So aside from so the scene itself there, how long do you think you would have been there? Well, I know I was there. I'm guessing I got there around 11. Is my extrapolation of that. Uh-huh. Had to be been around 11. At the latest 11:05. But it would have been 11. Okay. Which still makes no sense, man. That guy caused a lot of damage in 15 minutes. He's driving up and down the road. He's got gas cans. I murdered all these people. Don't but yeah, like, from his time. Like, I even questioned whether he had shot Heidi first, then Chad. But then I know I heard that. But did he? He already said he didn't. He just knows that other people did say that. But then I know I heard that. Chad was waiting for Heidi. So I have all these questions that don't make sense to me. That this much carnage happened in 15 minutes. Sounds kind of like Portapic. Which obviously they have to extendo timelines. That he went on from shooting Chad and crashed into Heidi, shooting it out with her, killing a bystander, and moving on in a different vehicle. I'm thinking, who is this Jason Bourne? Like, Jesus, 15 minutes? Now we know that apparently he's on scene for 15 minutes. Which is an interesting thing to know, but I mean, wouldn't be me. What do you mean? The reason why she transferred at the first place, disagreement with her superior, to even have to call your employer superior in the first place is discussion wouldn't be me. I've heard the rumor mill. I've heard it all over the place. I have never, and there are people. Give me a moment. I gotta get a drink. Sorry. I've heard the they've sown a lot of. I'm not saying that is, but they have very purposefully sown a ton of disinformation out there, using a variety of sources, whether it's through Facebook and Slack accounts, or it's YouTube videos, or whatever, even influencing people, right? And then who then pass that along, and then suddenly that becomes, it's like history books these days. If you really dig through a lot of history books, the citations on them, it's pretty garbage. You can see that there's like one or two people who just keep getting cited over and over. It's fucking ridiculous. Anyway, but that's how that all starts, right? So going through and trying to systematically find the source of things is very difficult. So am I saying that she didn't put in a disagreement, reporting a superior? I'm not saying that. I just have never seen any verification of it anywhere. I don't even know who the superior was. I've heard that. Do you know anything about it, Becca? Can you point me in some direction that has like kind of hard proof of something? Or is it something that you heard? When it comes to protecting themselves, they will go about against. They will protecting themselves. They will go against one of their own. Absolutely. Sorry, I'm typing out a lot. This is disgusting. I heard Heidi was a good cop too. Honesty doesn't matter. She was a good cop or not. No one deserves to be left alone. No one deserves to be murdered. I guess that can be argued by some people, but I don't think. And I don't think, frankly, anybody in this story, yeah, I don't even want to go there. That's just silliness. Nobody in this story deserved to die. Nobody. Obviously, nobody did. So why is it that this is not getting treated with more severity? Why is the MCC more about using salads, word salads, and guff, and millions of pages of documents, literally millions to the lawyers, which then only the families will get a little piece of if they request a specific thing, so they have to know about it to get it. And then they're sworn to never say anything ever to anybody. And let that one sink in for a moment. They can't talk to anybody about anything that they know. I believe that they can maybe speak to each other. That's fucked. They can talk to their lawyer. That's this. You don't have, you can't interact with your friends. When I've had a difficult time, example, there are some people in here who I have called. And I'm like, I'm having a bad day. What if you carry around all kinds of information like this, Mr. Bernard, and you have no source for it, like families? Talk about trauma. At least Mr. Bernard can talk to his friends. But if they don't give him the evidence, just like they don't give it to the families, just like they don't give it to the public, people can't work through something and then just move along. And I can personally attest to one. And Tara most certainly knows about it. It's very hard going through your life if you can't remember certain components of your life. Very difficult. Because they affect you. They affect you on a subconscious level. They affect your personality. They affect the circle around you because the way that you are. So if you have all kinds of things going on in your head and it's not really making a lot of sense, that's going to bleed out to other people in ways that, maybe you're just grumpy. Maybe you're more of a happy person, more of a peaceful person, but now you're grumpy all of a sudden, or you're emotional, or definitely can see this with the families because they can't go through the grieving process. It's like hitting a wall. They remember things as they go. Yes, but you have to be able to talk about these things, right? You have to be able to talk about them and just bleed it out, for lack of a better phrase. You have to just, and then have somebody else, an outside person, ask you kind of certain questions, and then that'll trigger memories for you, and you're like, oh yeah, I forgot about that, or I wouldn't have ever thought about that way. Kind of like how we do in kind of investigating, right, on a certain level. So using just different people, and you need those differences in life. It's what makes things beautiful and work. And the families are stuck because what do? They try and maybe gather stuff between each other. How would it be to look at, I don't know, say your significant other, and you have knowledge about how somebody in your family died, and it was like all kinds of stuff, but you could never say anything to them about it. Wouldn't that be a bit unnerving? Wouldn't you feel kind of, I don't know, on a different way of looking at it? Wouldn't it kind of feel like you're keeping things from that person? Not just that you want to talk about them, but that you have to keep these things. Like, that's not good. That's asking somebody basically to be, in a roundabout way, dishonest. Let alone the whole emotional side of being able to speak to somebody and work through, the quote unquote grieving process. And then, as best as you can, try to live a life that's somewhat normal down the line, albeit damaged. If you can't get over something, if you don't know what it is, you can't. And it's hard. That's why the commission is causing so much more trauma than if they would just find the truth rather than bury it. And they've drug all kinds of people into this who had nothing to do with it. On a very small scale in comparison to families. But you, me, other people that work in the background, people in the Discord who are looking for the truth, they get traumatized because we're like, well, what the fuck happened here? And that doesn't make sense. And I don't understand. Then you start feeding in rumors and garbage, making it more messy, and you're just leaving people to fuck around, and it's just not good. And then they're going home to their families, and they're like, oh, something bothered me and I can't figure it out. Or just maybe just subconsciously. No one deserves to die. The whole fucking thing is disgusting. It is. Shuby video, the young man driving up, they say they shot a real cop right in front of us. Haunts me. Well, clearly now we have a slightly different perspective because obviously ERT didn't do nothing because they were ordered to from the sound. How about that? How about those guys carrying that around? This is major PTSD going on. Huge. And these people want to use that fucking skirt as trauma informed? What the? You are trauma causing. You are a machine causing vast amounts of trauma across the country. To your own members, your family. That's good. Real good. Nice family you have. It's pretty dysfunctional. To family members who did what? Nothing deserves murder, even if there was anything in the picture. Nothing. And I'm not suggesting that there is. Nothing. And the people, innocence of people just totally shattered. Just hitting their head against a wall. And is it going to get resolved? Unedited, they can give you everything. Is this a hard one? They gathered it all up. They have everything. They have so much more than I could even possibly imagine. You could imagine, I think, in many cases. We don't know the kinds of fucking technology they have. They want to come off that they're dumb and they don't know how to respond to a tweeters. Get real. Project Wide Awake. They fucking know everything. They got all kinds of dash cam footage. They've been monitoring phones all over the place for a long time. Listen, just spit it out and move along. DOJ Barbie sat back on a black cube. She wasn't interesting to watch. She was interesting. I don't know. You guys were, I was like, wow. I seen the RCMP act a certain way and the government act a certain way. I've never seen people shit their pants like that. They're falling apart. They're falling apart from inside. They're falling apart from outside. They know they've got it. And it's just going to get worse. More documents are going to come out. More and more and more. And it will get progressively worse because more information will come out. Look at, you can literally scale it. The information that we knew at the start, right? They didn't give you all the bad info at the beginning. They gave you stuff that was kind of warming up and warming up and warming up. And it's just getting worse. And it will. And they got a long way to go. They are imploding. And frankly, you can get ahead of this one. That's always why I say just do the right thing. Just tell the truth. Say that you're apologize and spill the beans. Don't carry around PTSD. That's going to be, I don't even want to know. I don't even want it. I have sat at night because I put myself in people's shoes and I'm like, and I walk through their family lives and events and what goes through their heads. And I'm like, you got a world of hurt coming. You have no idea what you stepped into. Chuck C. She was grasping at straws, hoping the media would carry water for the federal narrative, but true. But true, the 9 minutes. Come on, man. They shit the bed over there. But it was that radio. We lost a family member. Don't talk to us about it. Fuck off, man. Babies do these kinds of things. Babies. Be a real man. I was listening to a song today. Good song. What is it? Mama Said. Good song. About integrity, doing the right thing. It's a weird song. I don't quite understand the origins of it, but they gave light stuff, hoping that to shut it down, talking money, getting families upset. But as much shit as they are tossing out there, we're not going away. No, we're not. And it's only growing. I know that these numbers on this channel are bullshit. I know that because people who know told me. There are a lot of people paying attention from all over the place. Good people and bad. Paying attention to all of us. Watching everything we do. Good. Bring it on. So the longer it goes, we get the stuff they don't want out. Bing. I have a legit baby, and I think he would act more normal. That's just sad. Yeah, it's like, it's not a baby. It's like the toddler stage. I don't know, where is that? When is it that they learn to lie? Children? Moms would know. Lots of my lady viewers. There's many ladies who watch. Thank you, ladies. You are a powerhouse. NDAs aren't worth the paper they're printed on. Frankly, I don't know. I've tried to fish around on this one. I don't know. It's not an NDA. It's not an NDA. That's legally it's a bit of a misnomer. But for all intents and purposes, you can say that. I frankly, first of all, never seen anything, never heard of any such thing in my life. Not about anything. You have to permanently shut your pie hole. Like press does. How about the press? Even people in there, even the ones that kind of ride the bandwagon. Whew. There are people in there that certainly know a lot of stuff, and they're all sealed down. So, once again, you're building a dishonest society. Great. Those people are going to have things that, because I'm sure many of them are humans, and they're like, wow, this is really fucked up, man. Oh, right. I can't talk to anybody about it. It's like when you break up with somebody, and you try to call a friend, maybe just to talk to them, and nobody's around. I don't know if anybody's ever had that. I certainly have. And I was talking to a friend of mine the other day. Well, you just said, sometimes you just pick up the phone and you're looking for somebody because you got something going through your head. And it's just the weirdest thing. There's nobody around. Have you ever had that? I'm like, oh yeah, I've had that. It's fucking weird, man. What if you have to do that forever? How's that going to impact your family life? How about the press who have to report something? And they know that truth, and they become part of the monster. Now they are abusers. Good job. And then they look at it introspectively and they're like, oh, I'm hurting people indirectly here. Oops. How does that affect their personality? Was on a Facebook post in a Discord somewhere. You'd have to ask the person who posted. Yes, I've seen a lot of stuff. I just never seen, and I've asked. I did trace back some things, and I'm like, could you give me some proof? Well, no. It's just an opinion. It's just something I heard somewhere. And I'm like, okay, but I really like to operate as much as I can with proof. I do present theories on things, but I like proof. Hard proof, lots of proof. Don't give me just a video and tell me that's that, because no, I'm going to rip it apart. Reason why she was transferred for the first place disagreement. Okay. All right, we can move along. Probably should stream Al Jazeera so Trudeau can watch LGC live in his office. 2 or 3-ish. Okay, so that's how old? Yes, it's a phase. It's a phase children go through. All of us go through. We're deceptive, and we think that we can get away with stuff, and it kind of peters in throughout adult life. Nobody's perfect, but when you're young, you do go through a phase where you learn to lie, and then you just keep lying and keep lying and keep lying. 2 or 3. RCMP, 2 or 3. Now they're shitting their diapers, 2 or 3. We're dealing with babies. Hello, Joanne. Imagine all the deathbed confessions that will come. This whole thing is so sad. Like, just take a moment and think about that. Just what I've been talking about. Carrying all that around all your life. Not being able to say anything. Knowing that you have answers that you can give people. In the media's case, knowing that they're part of that. Or in the lawyers' cases. Oh my. You got to be some kind of serious psychopath, sociopath. You got to have zipola of a conscience for it not to affect. We're all children of Adam and Eve. We're born into it. We're all sinners. This is true. Isn't the full release of Big Stop video supposed to be debated on Monday? I don't know anything about that. I do know that it's been brought up a little bit. Just release the whole goddamn thing. This is just silly. We're going to fight about, crumbs. Give me the fucking cake. Frankly, I'm pissed. I'll tell you, it's affected me. Not for the better. It's affected my life. Not for the better. It has in some ways. I've made some real good friendships. I've learned how to pronounce some names of places on the East Coast. Well, the truth will set you free. Okay. Maybe that will come up. I don't know. Maybe somebody in here can answer as to that better. Release everything. Why so many evidence pages go no page found? Oh yes, on the reports, on the found document. Okay, but Jesus, like 15 minutes, Jason Bourne. Yeah, the time it took me to drive to the Millbrook scene, that all happened. So now you see, it's 15 minutes. And to come to find out, while we're at the scene, he's up the hill killing another person, taking her car. I'm thinking, how? Yeah. Does that end there in two ways? I don't know, Ert. And that's the thing, too. Another thing that came to mind. So I remember later that day, that night, Kim said, my wife, saw, gosh, the wives and the husbands of these members do. Very. It's been taken down now. Oh. I think, but the picture of the Suburbans at the fire. Suburbans. I don't know if I remember that one. I don't think I ever saw that. Suburbans. Oh, yes. Okay. That would be the video and stuff. Because she calling me, I'm thinking, I mean, what do you mean Suburbans at the fire? There's no Suburbans here. Well, I can see them. I can see Earth guys running around in Suburbans, so they must have thought the bad guy was there. I saw it. They looked like they were taking cover. Then I saw them dragging something or moving something you could see through the smoke. And I'm thinking, fucking Earth was there. Yeah. But it didn't make sense to me. Like, what? And then I thought, okay, it was like a UFO sighting. Like, how is that possible? Is what I said to myself, right? Yeah. But I'm thinking, like, I mean, I don't know which way Earth left. But did they drive by where he was inside killing the lady, like? Oh, yeah. That was a very early question I had. Like, obviously, they would have had to drive by him. Supposedly. Yeah. Like, fuck. Nothing. Nothing they said unintelligible. I think that unintelligible, you can fill in the blank. That one's not a toughie. Nothing they said made sense. I know. Still, I know. And that's what I'm getting at. It's just like, so many timelines. The disinfo. The timeline. I mean, in 15 minutes, man. Look what went down in 15 minutes. The time it took for me to drive from here down there. What went down? It makes no sense to me. I'm sure he's even talking in that tone. Can you imagine how many times this guy is reliving that drive? Over and over and over? And he's thinking about his friend on the side of the road? Dying? Oh! Oh! Yeah. No. I mean, shot out with Heidi. Took even weep time to talk over on the radio to Mark Rose. Okay, so he's talking about the supposed conversation with Mark Rose on the radio between the whoever, the killer, and that doesn't appear in the logs. Hijacked a car. You go to Mark Rose, he talks about it, so go to the horse's mouth. Hijacked a car, set them both on fire, and drove away. And we're up the road. I mean, makes no sense to me. Yeah. And I almost think I may have to say, I may have just said, makes sense. Sounds impossible, actually. Yeah. Yeah. Anyway, so that's all I have to say. So, no, scene was clean. Didn't find anything. Nothing. Didn't see anything. Couldn't get close to the cars at all. I don't know. No, I can't recall. I mean, just there are bits and things flying off the car. There was like burnt debris and stuff around, but at some point, obviously things blew up a little bit. But nothing really evidentiary, nothing. And I did look around. Hmm. Okay, let's have a look at something. Just because. Let's throw a little bit more questions in the mix. Addie McCallum's notes, which have lots of interesting things in them. Let's go down. Oh, here's Heidi's scene. So, he's down there. Bernard's down there. They're both down there together. And Bernard drives McCallum. Right? Bernard said he looked around. getting traumatic, spent live casings. Constable Stevenson, I want to know what the fuck that is. But there's casings all over the ground, and the casings are from what appears to be possibly 3 different weapons. 9mm, which makes it an automatic search investigation until you can dismiss it, which they didn't do. They dismissed the case and destroyed the cars, including one that was just fine. Well, repairable. A larger handgun seems to be mentioned. And carbine rounds. And I'm like, woo, boo. So why is it that McCallum is seeing stuff that Bernard isn't? You think maybe he's in a haze. Maybe that's possible. I try and give plausible explanations for things. I really don't think so, though. I think if he would be looking hard, it's his friend. He want to know how she died. Yet the same person who's there sees 3 different types of shell casings, both live and spent. And they're spent carbine casings. I'm like, carbine? When's there's a carbine in this story? Oh. Well, I could say something, but I'm just leaving it alone. And we have to be really, really careful with anything that pops up, whether it be this statement, video evidence that comes out, whatever. You have to weigh things slowly and methodically and fit them in together. You can't just say, oh, there's radio logs, and the radio logs, therefore, that must be it. Really? Take the statements. That's a good investigator. Take all of the pieces of evidence, put them together, like O'Dear in those videos, and that's the way my mind works. I can't conceptually necessarily put that out into, and I don't have time. But I know for sure at the beginning, like, that's the kind of thing I was speaking about. Take it all and put it together, and then you can, bang it out. It won't line up. It will not. And that's because there's something else going on. Relocation of Heidi's body to SOP when you get out of the cruiser. Engage yourself and use the cruiser as cover. Cough, cough, cough. Yeah. Like I said, I'm not going to say it. Because I don't say something doesn't mean I'm not saying it. Because I certainly am. I'm not saying that either. It's just possible. He did mention that there was part of the radio that was run over. And I'm sure that he would have seen the casings. Bang! See? Good thinking, Blue Nose. Absolutely. If you see this stuff, you're going to see, and there was a lot of them, according to Mr. McCallum, Sergeant McCallum, Staff Sergeant McCallum. My apologies. I don't think he's got promotion yet to white shirt. His testimony, very interesting. If you read certain pieces, because I'm like, and we'll go through more. I'm just starting here. RCMP Cucumber, can you explain? I feel like can't read between the lines with you guys. Well, in the case of yourself, Freckles, don't feel alone. At least in with me, because there's very few people who can. You have to know me a long time. But the coughing, I or I'll drop little whispers, kind of mutterings underneath my breath. I'll be like, that's usually me hinting at something. Usually, almost always. What is it? I hadn't heard that term before. Or not in a long time. I forget the description I heard somewhere. I'm very sarcastic too. Shuby video. I remember seeing Suburbans lining up. Yeah. Shubies. Okay. Cough. Again, I'm not saying that because I don't like to point fingers, but that is where a carbine is in the story. We do know that. I'm not, it's never really added up, getting shot, fracturing one of your arms, and another one is, seems to be fairly damaged around the elbow. You're going to go and take your gun, take the magazines out of it, and then bury it in the woods, kind of underneath some leaves, so you're not protected. And then sit outside and bang on a door. Just saying. Just saying. Questions. It's all these questions. Don't like to make accusations. Yeah, okay. Heidi had been steering to her right. Map shows the... Okay, that's an awesome observation. Sorry, where did I have that again? No, that's not what I'm looking for. Where did I put that? Did I close it? Okay, here it is. One day, maybe I can have like a couple of people. That would be great. Who can do all the techno mumbo jumbo. They have to be thinking where I'm going, though. Okay, now, so the car is in the wrong direction, is what you're saying? Okay, this car is nose in. This car is in the wrong direction. Another interesting thing out of Mr. McCallum's notes, he definitely knows that Joey's in the car. Obviously, that seemed to get lost in translation somewhere. Well, that's the thing. Like, hopefully we can just kind of pool it together, and then, even though I'm drone on for hours, I try and I'm repetitious because we got to get other people up to speed too, which is difficult. Thing is that many of you in here know the story very well, at least what they've given us, right? And you've weighed the evidence. People who come into this right away or are kind of fresh to it, it's a lot of stuff. And plus, you have to build rapport with people. As this person, how do I know I can trust this person? If Bernard didn't notice Joey, it was because he was close to with Heidi. He might have been shocked. I don't. Let's just finish his statement. But definitely, Addie knew all about it. It's in his notes. He has a bunch of interesting things here. That's why I was really looking forward to his testimony. And there's other things I want to throw out there, part of a bigger, broader picture. They're all little bits and pieces, but I wanted to hear what I was weighing, whether I should do that stuff first or hear what he had to say. And I wanted to hear what he had to say. And some of it left me with more questions. Bernard noticed Joey. Okay. Now, it's very possible. It's very possible. But we do know that Addie did. So it's not Bernard. He was Staff Sergeant McCallum is the senior on scene. No, the scene was clean. Didn't find nothing. Didn't see anything. Couldn't get close to the cars at all. I don't know. No, I can't recall. I mean, there's bits of things. Okay. So yes, it's possible. He could be in a state of, shock, but he does seem to observe quite a bit. And he's a cop. He's trained to. I look around at her because I'm thinking to myself, did he do this here? And it didn't seem like he did. But again, it doesn't make sense to me. Now, sorry, back again. We lose a very integral, important piece to this puzzle by not having the audio and the video. I like to see and hear a person. That I'm always evaluating. And if I can see you and hear you, just as you guys can too, you can pick up on the nuances that maybe some people make suggestions in the way that they speak. I'm very cryptic. I speak extraordinarily cryptically. Perhaps people are making suggestions in their tone. Perhaps. But you never know until you hear. I look around at her because I'm thinking to myself, did he do this here? And it didn't seem like he did. But again, it didn't make sense to me. Sounds like he does to him somewhat now, but he seems to say not. Okay. So you got there at 11, and you said while you were there, you heard them engaging at the pumps. Now he's there for 25 minutes. I'm just guessing. Was just about 15 or 20 minutes after. And we had been there a while. Seemed like a long time. I'm not hearing, right? And again, I was thinking, why aren't there people telling us what to do? Like, And then I heard, pump 6, pump 6, pump 6. Then I heard someone ask something, whatever, and then that's him or the suspect. I remember some radio chatter. Again, don't know exactly who it was. I later learned it was Hubley, Frank Hubley, the dog handler. Maybe he just doesn't know Craig Hubley, or he's got a lot going on in his head. very possible. But I did hear that. I'm just guessing. That would be like quarter after 11, 11:30, somewhere in that range. But again, timeline is a little messed up. I don't know, really. Uh-huh. But I remember we were out. I remember I was standing there as I think I had just gone through yelling to the fireman, and thought to myself, I was kind of feeling at that point, I was feeling like out of all the clear skies of what to do next. I should say I wouldn't say desperate, but really like, oh my God, what am I going to do now? Right? And then I heard the yell on the radio. And just before that, it would seem just just minutes, they were looking for him in Truro. Sobeys. Never wanted to talk about the Sobeys. Years I was banging my head on the desk. Please talk about the Sobeys in Elmsdale and Truro. And then, oh my God, what are we going to do here? I just didn't know what to do, right? So I thought at least we got a perimeter. We're not going to move. But yeah. Okay. Yeah. Yeah, I know. I know. So I was there. So I go back to the original question. I was there from 11 to 12:40 because I remember the writing that in the car in his notes, which you don't have. Leaving Shuby. Okay. And we went. My car was on the ramp facing down because Barry Martin, we went and filled up because it was on fumes. Okay, so here's like these are the kinds of things that go through my head. We have I'm going to hopefully not forget. There's a picture. And so we should see I know that there is a blue car there. I'm pretty sure it's a blue Taurus. I'm not sure. Is that there in the way that he describes? Because should be. The fire's all going and everything, right? And brought it back. And we drove through the village of Shuey, out the highway at exit 10. I drove him to Great Village at the fire hall. Okay. And then came back and to Bible Hill. Okay. Yeah. Otherwise, gee, I don't know if you were there or not. But Jerry and Angela were there for sure. Major crimes. They came in very early, like very early. And these are the people that had the entire investigation. Jerry, who is also the lead investigator in the Desmond inquiry. Desmond inquiry. A lot of the same names. No, they were talking. I was standing by them actually in the doorway. Right. Yeah. Okay. No, I think that covers all that. So if there's nothing else we can think of, we'll just conclude the statement now. But it's what is it? 9:50. Three hours. I could read the next statement. May read a little quicker. It's definitely a longer statement, but it may read a little. It would take much more than 3 hours, but I think I should get it out of the way, though. Yeah, let's just get it out of the way. Part two, second interview. Darren Bernard. You can always stop and come back and revisit later. Just pick up where you left off. Wayne Fowler, Nicole Elizabeth, Wednesday, October 13th. Okay. Moving along. Got the Trent software. Lynn Sorensen and Wayne Fowler. I can't remember. Is Wayne the fellow that got the promotion? No. Let's just get a couple comments in here before I start again. Or would you guys like me to do another part another time? Is Addie read in? I don't want to make accusations. I try to steer very. People can come to their own conclusions on things. I just try and give stuff. I'll write a book of Between the Lines with Seamus. With crayons. Gotta bring the Sharpies too. I will send them. Do you have it? I do find you funny. Oh, I can tell you're very knowledgeable. Todd knows his stuff for sure. I think Addie was read in, but for very specific part, aka keep drunk Carol and CIC as a distraction to OCC, no self-respecting cop, would allow drunks running to show without specific orders. Okay, I'm just saying opinions, and it's an interesting one. Yeah, I thought similar. Carol was the dinosaur, was going on. He couldn't use a computer until Addie got there. That's balls. That part is balls. He certainly can use a computer. He was in intelligence in Halifax before. He knows how to use a computer. I don't know. Some people are just bad with names. Some of his facts definitely line up. The chain lines up. October 2021, late that year, they got a contract to got around this love to listen to another. I would okay. Well, all right. So let's get on with it then. Wayne Fowler. It's Wednesday, October 13th, 2021. I'm Wayne Fowler, investigator with the Mass Casualty Commission. We are learning at the RCMP we're currently at the RCMP headquarters in Dartmouth, and with me, I'm just starting on my left. Okay, bring out the fucking goo. Nicole Elizabeth. I'm also with the Mass Casualty Commission. Wayne Fowler, and then we can go around. Where's the video and audio? Oh, missing. Mark McPherson. I'm a sergeant with the RCMP out of Lunenburg district, and I'm here as Darren Bernard's support person today. So he has somebody, I think that's going to be NPF. Darren Bernard, sergeant with the RCMP, formerly in charge. But soon to retire. Yeah. So, yeah. And again, just because he has a representative doesn't necessarily mean he's guilty. I'll tell you, anytime if I have any kind of interaction with the police on any level, it would be, I'd have a lawyer there immediately. Chandima. Wow. Okay. I'm Nanyaka. Okay, I think that's it. Attorney General with the Attorney General. Okay, so that's Barbie's friend. RCMP friend. Wayne Fowler, great, thank you. Now, Darren, just before we get started, we had a brief conversation. Every time they have brief conversations before the recorders go on. Almost every interview, even on the breaks. So quit doing that. They know not to do that. So, Wayne, I don't know where you're at today, but you, as a proper investigator, you know that. I hope that that reflects on your future work skills. You do not have conversations off the record prior to turning on the recording. And I advise that we're recording this and you consent to the recording. Correct? In some cases, they're absolutely talking about other stuff. And you can tell. You can tell because they'll be mentioning something in the interview that you never heard of. Oh, I want to go back to that again. But you never talked about it to begin with. Oh, that's right. Was before the recorder was turned on. Sometimes they even admit it. Soon to retire, yeah. Yeah, so I expect he's gone now. Sad. Okay, bye, Freckles. Have a good night. And we went over if you need a break or if you need to finish up the interview or if there's something that is disturbing you or you don't want to talk about, feel free to tell us. Is that really probative questions? If you don't want to talk about it, you don't have to. Yes. And I also went along with that you're here voluntarily, obviously. Yes. Mm-hmm. And we're an information gathering process, okay? So we're here trying to gather as much information as independently as we can, independently of what occurred. Mm-hmm. I'm sure they'll go into lots of goo. They always do. Some of this I haven't read, so. On the tragic events of April 18th and 19th, and before and after even. So whatever information you can provide, it's greatly appreciated. And before we really get into anything, I would like you to tell us and tell people who will be reading and listening to this down the road. Who is Darren Bernard? What is your background? Where have you been? And what have you done? Like, who is Sgt Bernard? So, Darren Michael Bernard was born in... You don't have to get into that. Okay. I'm from the community. Bing! I'm actually finished policing in Millbrook First Nation, a Mi'kmaq from Nova Scotia. Boom. Had an early career with Nova Scotia Power as a power line technician. Tried to get into the RCMP a couple of times and finally got in at 25, but didn't go far, but bounced around a fair bit in this province. I worked in Enfield, Indian Brook. This is the chronological, starting in 95, Enfield, Indian Brook, Stewackie, Millbrook, from Millbrook to as a constable, major crime. We worked together back in the day. Then interesting he stays in Nova Scotia the whole time. That's and posted to your home province. That's not common, but anyway, I'm sure I will have members who will talk to me about that. Then from there, promoted back to corporal in Indian Brook. Did my time there. It was limited duration posting. So you only did 3 years. Did 3 years there and then lateraled back to the corporal in charge of Port Hawkesbury, major crime in Cape Breton Island. Did about 3.5 years there. Tried to get a job in the city, but ended up laterally back to Indian Brook. I just come from, did a short stint there, about a year or so, and then get promoted to sergeant in Millbrook, where I finished my career. This is a good guy. Maybe we're losing. And 10 months, 25 years and 10 months. So, yeah, that's it. Yeah. So the Millbrook it's a First Nation CTA. It's a federal contract. Okay. The First Nation is an autonomous, reports to district crops officer direct, district and crops officer leather direct. District. Who was DPO there? Oh, Paul. I think Paul was. Or no, was Addie that night? Yes, Paul's later. Addie. I was shocked to learn that, but I was, yeah. Anyway, we are within Colchester District under the command of previous Al Carroll. Oh, okay. Interesting. Okay. I didn't report to Al. I would be considered a contemporary, even though I am working in his district, separate unit. Interesting. Okay. Can you explain a little bit more? Yeah. So all it is, yeah. So in this province, so there's a national Aboriginal policing mandate, and there's, so, as you know, there's separate money set aside for Indigenous policing. So in this province, in addition to so there's 13 reserves in this province. Of those 13, there's detachments. 3 detachments are what we would consider to be autonomous standalone detachments, in that they are their own command structure. The second as Eskasani. I'm gonna get in trouble. Indian Brook and Millbrook being the smallest. So it's a sergeant, a corporal, 5 constables on a complement there. Right? So, and we report directly to district, not part of the Colchester district. I mean, the Northeast Nova district. Oh, okay. I'm not sure how Al folds into this then, but anyway. Yeah, so I'm on the district command, or the detachment commander. I would be a contemporary of Staff Carroll, and we would both report to Halliday on the 18th. I think it was Addie for small junket there, 18, 19 anyway. Okay, correct me if I'm wrong. Eskasoni. Sorry, thank you. Have a good night. Bye. Bye, NS44. Have a good evening. Eskasoni. Phonic. Okay. I'm never going to get these ones. And just on the topic there, so your structure then at Millbrook, so there's yourself as detachment commander, yeah, and right, so 1 corporal, yeah, Corporal Natasha Jameson, she was deployed Saturday night before, so you may have heard from her. She was my corporal, right on. And then there was obviously a variety of constables. This event took a lot out of us. We were all wrapped up in it, right? Yeah. And so before this event took place, there were 4 5 constables, or we were shorthanded at the time. Surprising. But they'll have a tank or something. I believe our complement was only 4. We had 4. And then the use of full-time reservists, which we paid out of our budget. So it's like we hired our own casual. Gotcha. God. Okay. And it is because I printed off the, I guess, Millbrook little pamphlet. So just going through the structure, that's where I was just, this is where it helped me with being independent. So independence is good. I like Dion. So, all right. So you got yourself the detachment commander, your corporal, then public servant, then a public servant. So that would be then a public servant. Okay. Sorry. Front counter detachment assistant. Yeah. Gotcha. Okay. And then your constables underneath that? Yes. Perfect. Okay. And the detachment's operationally 24/7? Or so normally, no. It will run between 18 and 20 hours a day with an on-call period. Great. Oh, okay. Yeah. So during the time of this event, we were in the middle of what's called the COVID schedule. And due to the measures we were taking and all the uncertainty at that time, if you know early on, it was quite many layers of panic and you'll know unknown. So we divided the unit in half. I took 3, Natasha took 3. So we didn't see each other. The cars got cleaned on designated day and they had their days off. So we're kind of on a 3 on, 3 off. Right on. Okay. Entirely on our own, just trying to cope with the COVID piece. Gotcha. And that was in place at the time of this event. So it wasn't a normal time for us at this point. People were working with people who ordinarily wouldn't work together, those sorts of things. So yeah, it has changed everybody operationally. Yeah, that's right. It's just a different environment. Yeah, it's different people now. Everything's different. It's just balls. And had been going not that long, a month and a half. I think at that point, I think we were probably the first. I know that we were the first in the district, probably in the division, to switch to the COVID schedule. Yeah. Okay. I was just going through some of the documents I printed off. So, in one of the documents, you were as a crisis negotiator as well. Yeah, I've been a long time part of the critical incident program since 2000, 2009 or 10. Okay, so just in part of that role, you're still an active member of the CIC. Yes. Yeah, still a serving member. Yeah. And can you just expand a little bit on that? The portion of your crisis, okay, negotiator training roles that you played during any of the CIC call outs. You don't have to get into depth, just a little bit of history. Yeah, so I'm trying to think. I was kind of interviewed and passed the selection, joined up in 2009, but it might have been 2010. I actually took the course at the CPC in Ottawa. Can't recall the dates. I apologize. That's quite all right. So right away, right away, the operator, we were deployed quite regularly between 6 and 10 times a year in the early years. I found it quite busy and I liked the work. It was good. It was we functioned in lockstep with the CIC. And the Earth structure, and the bomb guys, and the dog guys. So a lot of sleeping in fire halls and long hours and traveling around the province and whatnot. So I don't mind that. I seem to do well at it. We we had our all, you know, we kind of had a good little program where everybody, you knew if couldn't make it out, couldn't make the first call, you had to be get your gear together for that 10-hour, 12-hour mark to be down whatever we're at, wherever we're at. So we, the team, seemed to work well together. The original team leader, Bill Bryden, was a tremendous team leader. He was suspended, or superseded. My apologies. He was superseded by actually Al Carroll. Interesting. I did see a change. I don't want to come out very well. We had a strained relationship over the years. He's had a lot of time to cool off, but now he's going to get into some other things. So that carried on, obviously, to the day job stuff as well. I don't mean strained. It was very professional, but there were definitely some incompatibilities there. Like, so just with styles and things we agreed with, I have some notable events. I was investigated by CERT. There was a fellow who killed himself while on the phone with me. So there was some. We definitely. It was a very. I would consider myself to be a seasoned negotiator. I guess at the time of this, we've been through a lot on the team. A lot of deployments. I would consider myself to have a very keen eye for deployments that work better than others. Incident command that worked better than others. The interface, I can tell you historically, I had a big issue with how we interface with the general duty side of things. We never did that well. Okay. I can say I'm qualified to say that. I mean, it never worked smoothly. And if you feel free, if you can expand on that for us. If you can't, you can't. Yeah, it always seemed to be a lack of command, control, poor communication, so that there was there were always uniformed members, not in the loop, not properly briefed, not in the right locations. There were all sorts of awkward and almost dangerous events where the person was in custody and it worked out fine. We got lucky. So the hot washes were oftentimes a very spirited debate. So I can say overall, our general duty interface between critical incident was, I consider, to be subpar. Yeah. And that's my entire time there. I don't really think it ever worked well. We were just lucky. Right. Again, I wish I could expand more on that. Do you see why he said to him? Don't go too much in depth. Just give us a brief overview. I wish I could go more, expand more on that. I just, it never seemed, it always seemed cumbersome and clunky. Okay, so maybe you can help me a little bit more, help me a little bit because I investigated. I spoke to a few other people on the ground that day. Obviously, I'm getting my head wrapped around how the CIC operates, trying to figure it out. God knows everybody is. They don't even know. So when the win the package, because I been corrected on this one. When the CIC package gets rolled out, there's a whole whack of people that go. Yeah. Then they set up wherever they decide. Where a command post is going to set up. Sandwiches, you need sandwiches. Food. Porta potties. So what I was trying to get around, because I've been there, I've been in those situations, but I'm trying to figure it out. So when you roll into the fire hall and you set up your command center, what comes with you as operational command center, command post to help, or maybe even distracts from this connection with the general duty members or other people? In its simplest form, the command triangle obviously consists of the incident commander, and then there's kind of a loose association of those guys in the division. They appear to be scattered throughout, and historically was always commissioned officers, whiteys, but primarily in this division. In the last couple of years, it's made up of senior NCOs, like himself, or staffs. Usually at the staff sergeant level, it appears to be, and of quite a range of talents and abilities. So as the years have gone by, I would say the competencies have dropped a bit. You can totally see he's speaking in riddles. In its simplest form, it's kind of a loose association. There seems to be less of the old negotiator guys and more of a dynamic young leaders that don't really have tactical experience. So that was one issue. And then of that, usually the team leader or 2IC, second in charge of the negotiator, is part of the triangle. And obviously the team leader, and those are the three cores there are. And then the satellite to this whole group, there's obviously a scribe for the CIC. Notes missing. There's usually a second IC for the negotiators, and the bodies are there, which rarely they were. If the bodies are there, which they rarely were, but there's supposed to be a second, and then obviously a liaison and a couple of liaison roles. Oh, the bloat. One, there'd be an investigation person to kind of backstop some of the family issues or help negotiators get a picture of, let's just say, it's a barricaded person. Obviously, we need to follow up in the field for that. And then there's usually an NCO from the affected detachment, whether it's commander or his delegate, who will handle the resources of the GD members. So when the GD members first, I'll use the barricaded person. You've probably heard this before. When that first happens, there's a level of containment. Well, as the CIC package in the ERT team, slowly takes over, there's a couple of key points, obviously. At some point, it's announced that the CIC is taking over from general duty. And then, secondly, those resources are replaced with ERT or other CIC resources. And that, again, I'm not privy to the CIC manual. I've never actually read it because I'm not an incident commander, but I can tell you that, as generally speaking, depending upon how the incident is unfolding, there's kind of an outer perimeter that the general duty members, would then fulfill a role. And I say that just from very kind of common response perspective, let's say there's one house and there's 5 blocks. Well, they are farther to that kind of, we call it the frozen zone. And so it's those sorts of things. So when I'm speaking earlier about the difficulty, sometimes that seems not to not go well. And there's still general duty members too close. There's some general duty members that aren't being briefed. I think he's making fun of the term, the phraseology that they're using. Frozen zone. For instance, things are happening that they don't know anything about. There always seem to be problems with that. So, and then, as I said, a typical deployment, there's obviously a dog component, and there's usually a bomb truck to run the robot and the phones and those sorts of things. Does that answer some of your no food? Where's the food? I'm feeling sad with no food. Yep. Does that give you an idea? Yeah. No, it does. So when you roll out, have you ever been in the command post itself or the makeshift command post? When he says, I wish I could go into that a little bit more, let him go into it. He wants to dump dirt. Let him go. Then you're going to clean it up. Howdy. Nova Scotia citizen and Glen Mason. We should all chip in and buy Glen Mason a food truck so he can stay at the command post. No, it does. So when you roll out, have you ever been in the command post or makeshift command post? Yeah, several times. Yeah. So tech-wise, what would roll with the baggage? Sorry. Yeah, I meant to mention that to you earlier. Yeah, sorry. I thought I turned that off. There's also a variety of radio techs. I know a lot of times, given the nature and the topography of the province, we've got to bring our own repeater with us. We do have, radio repeater. there's generally someone working on getting us internet, those sorts of things. But then again, those are things that are supposed to happen. There's been probably 10 times or more or years I was doing it. In the probably 10 or more years I was doing it, I did, you know, we ended up texting each other on BlackBerry BBM. Hmm. You know, I mean, it's just, a lot of things don't work right, you know. So start anew. Yeah, no, understandable. You had to make it work, right? Yeah, you got get your communications out one way or another, right? Smoke signals. Yeah, I mean, I don't want to sound like sour grapes, but it is what it is. And I have to be honest about, you know, many times on those deployments. I know for me, it was so poorly organized that, I have been lifelong outdoorsman, hunter, fisher, all sorts of mountain biker. So I'm used to carrying a backpack with a sleeping bag and I can feed myself, like things that's why he's not mentioning the food, probably. You know, there's nothing about the food. He can feed himself. Everybody in the fucking food. Well, not everybody. That's hyperbole. I can feed myself. So you almost had to feel like you had to take care of yourself because I can remember in the early days of it. I'll just use as an example. You're almost treated like you're a traveling athlete. There's always catered food. Fuck the food. And everyone, everything was looked after for you. Well, babies need looking after too. And in the later years, it wasn't like that. It actually became very hand to mouth. I guess he wants a return of the food. I don't know. Okay. I found it deteriorated over the years, be sleeping on the floor of, fire hall, feeding yourself, and, so I didn't find it appeared, the deployment appeared to degrade a bit, right? Okay. On the negotiator side, I can't speak of the ERT or anyone else. I like that. I can't speak for anybody else, just himself. I just have to wonder how many events are these guys going out where they're sleeping on floors and having to have catered food. Obviously, if there's going on multitude of days, this of course makes sense. But I just wonder how many times that's actually happening. Right on. Okay, so I'm just going to hit a couple of points and then wrap it up with a bow. And then I'll let you decide if you want to replay the day or not. Okay. I'm going to leave it in your hands. Okay. Why not just leave it in his hands at all? Why do you have to hit on your points? No, we can go replay the day. It's fine. Okay. So when you went out, or actually, I guess you had some conversations with one of your members first before you became aware of what was happening. Yeah. And I should say that this is the first time I've seen that document, you know, as this has been quite a while now. Yes. And the two things I can tell you about: your memory plays tricks on you, and I've blocked a lot of things out. And I'll just tell you, I've known Heidi the whole time I was in training, incident training. We were good friends. Yeah. So the whole thing was quite, deeply affecting me, right? So blank tells me I had to block a few things out about certain aspects of that. So that's one thing. I don't know. I'm not going to throw that out there with you guys, but it sounds like the psychologist that he's seeing, the counselor, is telling him to block it out. Your mind usually blocks things out that you don't want to remember because it's traumatic. As I'm going back through psychology, you're not supposed to necessarily tell people to forget things. That's interesting. The second thing is that the timeline is not what I had come to accept in my mind. The timeline appears to be a full hour off, and I can't account for that. Sorry, I need a drink. That's just I'm coughing. I think he's maybe referring to the radio logs, but I mean it's just bizarre. Why are you using Eastern Standard Time in only Colchester? Everybody else, no, not a problem. The sequence is in order, and I recognize the sequence, but there are some things about it that the time appears to be off about what I accepted. So only some things. If it's an hour off, then everything should make sense just an hour off. Actually, this document, I'll clarify it for you now so you're not messing around with your head. This is off an hour. Okay, there you go. Then, all right. Okay, it was transcribed in Ottawa. Yes. Who is it? Angela? I forget her name. McLaughlin, Sergeant Kevin McLaughlin's partner. One of those pesky little investigations running around in the background. That was the internal RCMP one, I believe. Yeah. She managed to transcribe the actual, she heard the tapes and managed to transcribe them herself. She said the ones in Ottawa were a little bit different than what she transcribed. They told her to use the Ottawa ones instead. She even wrote an email about it. Doesn't seem to be the same. Don't worry about it. You'll be using those Ottawa ones. Oh! Boom! And nobody, they don't have to take any other radio logs. They're just the Colchester ones. People have sleeps over there. Dreams. Okay. It was transcribed in Ottawa and they used the Ottawa timestamp. So not the Atlantic one. So that hour is correct. It's off an hour on the paper. Why do you have to put it an hour off? That doesn't make sense. Just make it the same. I don't think it's setting it by internet time, is it? The fuck? You just type it in. Type the right time. Okay. And as well, too, there's a couple of, it would appear that I replied to, but I don't recall being replied to. So obviously, given the stress of things, it's obviously some sort of auditory exclusion. They're taught that one. Auditory exclusion. It's possible. I'm not saying it's, Chad, or sorry, Brown and Melanson. I kept flashing it up. Auditory exclusion. That's part of their. Okay. So he's just chalking it up to the fact that he heard things or didn't hear things. In this case, auditory exclusion. It's obviously some sort of auditory exclusion thing that's going on here. So I just wanted to preface that there's going to be some gaps with that. So I first was made aware of it that was a weekend. Normally my job is Monday to Friday, 8 till 4. I wasn't working. And I have to have a take home. I have a take home police car in unmarked. Ugh, throw these in the garbage. And actually, Darren, can I just stop you for 1 second before we get into this? So I want to bring you back. I just want to, because somebody's going to ask me, why do you usually work 8 till 4? Like, can you just tell me you work 8 till 4 and then you hand off? Why don't you just let them talk? Now you want to talk about a normal working day, hours. He seems to be saying certain things about radios not working. Well, my job as the detachment commander, I'm in charge of all the operational and administrative function. So my job is primarily, I believe, what my contemporaries would call more of an administrative job. However, I'd be considered kind of one of the old holdouts. But I always remained very strong to operational posture. I would always help my guys out when I was on shift. I would always work overtime to backfill if we were shorthanded. And I was generally known as very hands-on boss. But primarily the detachment commander role is administrative to run the business of the detachment, as it were. Read through the garbage. What is he saying? He's boots on the ground. He's old school. He put in his time, he went through the ranks properly, and he still is a cop. He doesn't sit behind a desk and push paper like certain staffs. A lot of them. Bloat. That's the way you police. Old school. And the old school RCMP who listen to this show know exactly what I'm talking about. And they've watched people go boom through the ranks for nothing. Totally sidestepping all kinds of guys who really put in their time. Good cops. What the fuck? Correct. So, and then when you finish, you hand off to somebody that you're more comfortable. Well, I don't have to hand it off because I'm not really part of the schedule. Like I could be at meetings all day in headquarters and the detachment still runs. That would be my operationals NCO, Natasha Jameson. That would be her job to, make sure those people are working and whatnot. I could be in meetings all day if I chose to, but I don't. I just actually wanted to clarify that. So if there's no one there after 4 type of thing. Come on, man. He's saying so much, and this guy is just fucking going elsewhere. Yeah, no, yeah. Okay, so sorry about that. What, did you just fart? No, that's fine. So I got a call around, teach them the fucking words to. Oh yeah, I'd say so. No, that's fine. No, that's fine. So I got a call around, I think it was a few minutes after 7. It was Sunday morning. I was home. I was sleeping. Got a call on my personal phone from Natasha Jameson, and she was very upset. I know my people very well. She was clearly upset. And she explained, good. Boom. Not pushing paper. And she explained what had happened the night before. And she was involved. Her and Constable Chris Grund, another member from my office, were deployed to assist Colchester District at the scene of Portapique. And she told me, I found unbelievable, right? So I said, okay. I again said, okay, Natasha, I need you to go home. We have now. She said she was relieved by Constable Jared Daly, I think. Is that right? He started at 7 and said, Jared's on and Barry is slated to come on. Our second member, Barry Martin, would be coming in. I can't recall, noon or 2 or, it was the COVID schedule. I apologize. I think I can hear the tone. If I'm mistaking your stuff, sir, I'm terribly, terribly sorry. This is why tone is very important, because you can say a lot without seeing it in the actual words. I don't know the exact time, but it was staggered start. He would be coming in later. So I said, you and Chris need to go home, and I'm going to check in with you later. Good stuff. I'm very, very, again, very hands-on. Boom. And I always, wellness is my thing there. She said, yeah, no problem. Fucking great boss, eh? Yeah, no problem. And then, I kind of almost ordered her to go home, right? Home. And then I went downstairs. I didn't happen to have my work phone. I wasn't on call. And the members at my office that are important to me use my personal phone. My work phone, it's a Samsung, very much like Mark has here. It was in my vest like most police officers have. So I went down there and I looked at my phone and I didn't see anything on there. I thought Darren said he dispatched, not only is he part of the package, but I thought he also said that they were calling in people. He should be contacted. They're calling in Indian Brook. They should be calling in the detachment commander. First, chain of command. Why did they go around it? Or did they? Let's see here. Where was that? But there was something else here. That one I'm not so keen on, but very much like Vessas. I just found it. Oh, so I just found it odd, and I went to the email. Okay, sorry, I skipped a sentence. So I went down there, looked at my phone, and I didn't see anything on there. And I thought, well, what she described as a critical incident deployment Why didn't I get a negotiator call? I just found that odd. And I went to the email, and I don't recall seeing anything in the email. You are visible. Howdy. Judy, hello. Sounds like another good one. Sounds like a good one. You've had dealings with him? Nice guy? Sounds like a real good guy. He sounds like, I never seen him, but he sounds like quite a big man from what I've heard. Is that true? Not in a negative way. He's a big guy. Of course, the emails on the Samsungs were, noted to be unreliable. So I thought, well, maybe I didn't get loaded. Maybe it didn't get loaded. It's a week, so I had to refresh a couple of times. And then I went to check the news. Okay, boom. I don't know if he was talking about Blackberries before, but what does he say? It's a week, So I had to refresh a couple of times. Then I went to check on the news. What news? I got to go to the news. Don't go to the RCMP. Hell, go to their PR department, the mainstream media. And there, I can't recall, there was some news. There was a little bit of news on it, but at that point, the car hadn't been released. Was it 5 o'clock? At minimum. Do you mind me asking you mentioned the emails tend to be unreliable. Did you mean sometimes delays in receiving them? Or, yeah, like sometimes emails just wouldn't come for a day or two on the Samsung? Gosh, it sounds like my stuff. Maybe they don't come at all. No. He is a big guy, yeah. Okay, so not too bad. So normally, so twofold. Actually, maybe Mark can explain for Southwest Nova. But normally, as one of the commanders, or the risk report, I like that too. He's like, maybe this guy can explain. Maybe he knows. I'm not up to speed on their stuff. They know. You're part of the district management team, so there's generally a fair amount of information sharing between the commanders, in particular for units where bodies are used. So I found it odd that I was a little pissed off because I thought, well, they haven't used, they used 2 of my bodies last night and they haven't called me. Boom. Sounds like another guy I'm going to bring in. Well, a little bit I've already mentioned. You don't subvert the chain of command. That's a no-no. Is my feeling. Take with that what you want. So I found it odd that I was a little pissed off because I thought, well, they've used 2 of my bodies last night and they haven't called me. That's generally a decent amount of information flowing, wouldn't you say? Yeah, there would be normally. There's normally a decent amount of information flowing. Normally. Yeah, would be normally. Normally, command you just get an email from somebody. I want to know, sorry. Give me 1 second here. I want to go back and see who does anybody, well, it's just quick for me. 12. Who is the NPF representative there? Now, again, it doesn't mean anything. It could be a support person. Actually, I don't know if that's necessarily associated with the NPF. I do know some people who've done this. So, okay. Now, where were we? Page 12. Not 121. So Mark's Southwest Nova, but he's also the support person there for Darren. Yeah, and just for a bit for my input, Mark, I'm in Southwest Nova, our district. There would be a superintendent, an advisory NCO. Actually, two. They would loop in our end of the provinces, or our provinces, and our end of the province, commanders and two ICs, second in charges, or so sergeants and staff sergeants on anything going on normally, like an awareness or an advanced message pending anything formal, as well as risk manager support or report, and risk manager sits on the OCC that comes out every 24 to maybe 40, sometimes 48 hours, but I think it's every 24 now, that lists everything, the whole division, including ongoing incidents. Oh, this just seems so much, way too much. So, all that to say, back to Darren, I found it really odd. And it's kind of like, but again, as I mentioned earlier, I wouldn't say I was known as a troublemaker, but I was a very practical person, and I questioned a lot of things. Where's that email? One moment. I think I'm going to not find it now. One second, please. I hope I can find this. Think of these words carefully. Those who are focused on promotion are always watching for opportunities to pad their resume. What competency do I still need an example for? What can I do in this incident that will look good and give me an edge? What do I need to stay away from because it's promotion suicide? Should I be first or last to respond, or somewhere in the middle? Who do I need to watch out for because they too are competing for promotion? Who's a rock star and doesn't care about promotion, and who can I take advantage, and how can I take advantage of them? You cause a problem. Remember some of the stories I read? It's a problem. Because he questions. maybe that will get him into trouble. And I actually said to myself, typical. And so I wasn't concerned. I was concerned about what Natasha had recounted to me. But I guess it didn't make sense to me at that point. So I kind of milled about the house and the news. The news coverage began to grow. Checked my phone again. Nothing. Ugh. Sometime around 8 or 9, I can't recall, I text Jared Daly, one of his guys that was going to come in, replace Natasha coming on shift. And I said something like, Jared, what's going on in Bible Hill? Did they find that guy? And he sent back a text. Something to the effect of, well, holy fuck, man. Turn your radio on. It's fucking chaos. He's shooting people again. I can't remember where he said. So I called him right away. So this was at 9 sometime, or like 9:30. Or I don't know when it was. Now, obviously, we're talking about a little bit after 9. But 9:30. They don't tell him. What the fuck are you doing? Number 2, stand-up guy. He could have sat there and done nothing. On my day, I don't have to work. He's a leader. He got off his ass and he's like, what the fuck is going on? Doesn't sit around and go and get, donuts and worry about sandwiches and whatever's on TV, Bachelorette. Good guy. And we had a chat, and he sounded very upset. And I said, Jared, what's going on? And he said, I don't know what to do. He said, it doesn't seem like there's anybody in charge. And he said, no one's telling me what to do. I don't know what to do. Now, he's the nuance between Millbrook and county members. While we don't have an official hierarchy, we don't report to them. We have the corporal and constable level a very good relationship. And that if you're Millbrook's members by themselves, we share the same radio channel. There's always a backup available, and it appears to be normally when you take the bosses out of it, the boots on the ground that work it. And I would consider it to be very high functioning, cooperative thing. And so what Jared had told me was disturbing because it wouldn't be the norm. Normally, he would be folded into with some guys, and we wouldn't be having this conversation. So I said, I asked him, where are you at? And he said, I'm up on the highway overpass. And I said, well, stay moving. I'll start getting my gear together. And I said to him, I'll come in and work with you, and we'll figure out what we're going to do. Boom. Yeah, they're. And he said, fair enough. So then I thought, okay, I got to figure this out here. So then I started to get my gear together because I wasn't expecting to go in work and wasn't on call. Wasn't expected to, I wasn't expecting to be called even. We'll just leave him out. I wasn't expecting to be called either. But my corporal was already obviously exhausted and home. She's burned out and gone now. I wasn't going, so I was just, type of boss. I'm going to go in. So I'm embarrassed to say I was just kind of like disheveled. Like, I had to jump in the shower. I was just kind of wasn't ready for it, right? So I remember being half ready and that for some reason I was kind of grumpy. You know, the lack of information. At that point, I know, and my wife was up and she's more social media savvy. And, obviously I can't account for the timeline and what the information was, but obviously the information about the car was out there. The information about was evolving second round of shooting in like DeBert, Highway 4. That was Hunter Road is seeming to be almost gone. Second wave of information kind of out. Whatever that, somewhere between 8 and 10, right? Not exactly, and that I'm sure you know exactly what I'm talking about. The next wave of information. Oh, God. I wouldn't rely on these investigators at all. No, to clean up dog poo. They're not there to do that. To find out the truth. Don't rely on them. Maybe he's being facetious. I don't know. And all of a sudden, starting to feel really serious. So I made a couple of. So then I started to realize, okay, this is a tactical thing. I'm probably going to be. So I started rooting around for my negotiator gear and trying to find my helmet. I think he's left out here. He made a couple of phone calls or something. He said, so I made a couple of, but anyway. And again, wasn't ready. At that point, I was mad. He's already had time to cool off, right? But he's also had time to stew. And Steve Halliday is two things to me. One, he was my direct report in the district as the district advisory NCO or DANCO. Was he? I'll have to go back and rewatch, but I don't think that's true. I think the Danko that night was in only for a short time, he said. Was why am I drawing a blank right now? Fail. Seamus. Fail. I don't like failing. Addie McCallum. It came to me. Okay, good. I think Addie McCallum was Danko. I'll need to get this one sorted out. Addie was Danko. So he doesn't even know who his Danko is. Why is Addie taking this Danko for this short period of time? Spooky. Yeah, last witness. Danko. You see, and I was having all kinds of grief. And there's somebody who helps out a lot in the background. And they're good. They're real good. And we couldn't figure it out. Figuring out the chain of command. They buried that one so fucking far. Addie who comes up with pictures. Addie who's getting emails with pictures. Personal. Sending to himself. Anyway, I would have had a ton of questions for him. But secondly, he was a teammate. He wasn't in command of the team. He would be, I guess, third in command. It'd be team leader was Al Carroll. Then Royce McRae, and Royce was tremendously competent person. And then, so he obviously has a lot of good things to say about Royce. And then Steve always appeared to be, Steve is very rank-centric. So we felt he should be part of management. So we felt that he should be part of management. Steve is rank-centric. Right? And that's what Addie said. Addie said Steve was getting a bump. That was why he was coming in, supposedly, to fill in as Danko, which was pending. So why did he have to go away? I don't know. So, I wouldn't say I humored him, but I'd ask him manager's questions. Right. Well, that morning, I sent him kind of a scathing, snotty text. I said, Steve, what the fuck? Because I've known him my whole service career. But it's trained. Rank-centric. What the fuck? My guy tells me it's chaos. Is there a call out? And he said something like, yeah, maybe. No, I'm sorry. I have to back up. I've already texted Steve. And I said, is there a negotiator call out? Critical incident package. Darren. This was around the time I first heard from Jared, and he said, maybe stand by. Well, that's actually a little bit different than what he recounted before. He's like, time has changed things, I think. I did text him twice. And then, but I never heard anything. And I was kind of I guess I was mad because I felt again the same old disorganized bullshit. So, somewhere in my process of getting my act together and getting ready, I text him the whole, "What the fuck?" I talked to my guy. He says it's chaos. What's going on? And he said, "Get your gear and get to Bible Hill ASAP." Again, who texted him to ask for that? Stevie boy. Who did that? Oh, not you. Fuck. I took that to mean negotiator stuff. Darren, with your critical incident package, your package. Ugh. Yeah, that just was making me have shivers. Package. I took that to mean negotiator stuff, even though in my mind I had already committed to go to help Jared. It doesn't need to be told. So I thought to myself, all right, shit. What am I going to do here? So I directed Jared to call Barry Martin in, and I went and got geared up in my negotiator uniform, which is a little different. And I left the house. I don't know what the uniform difference, what the hell differences make. I mean, they're fucking uniforms. Get the boys in. Let's go. And I left the house. I don't know what time it was. Around 10:35, I think. And again, I apologize. The time has got me thinking. But that 10:30 to 10:45 range, pretty good with his times. I only live 5 minutes from the office, judging by the timeline that we know the shooter was changing his vest in Middlebrook area. He passed by my road only a minute before. I would have come down my road. Have a conversation with what is it? The Fisheries, Lloyd. The gas station. Right. Anyway, moving along. I live off the trunk highway in a subdivision, and I have a baby blue, unmarked, very distinctive car. Okay, so I do know this car. I think I have seen that in the photos. There's one. It's pretty rare. It doesn't look like a police car at all, but it's a kind of like the Maine State Police. It's really powdery blue, unmarked Taurus. Every RCMP member would have known that car, but civilians are always like, "What is that? What kind of really oddball car?" So just because it's a Taurus doesn't necessarily mean that it's a cop car. My God, gotta burn all Tauruses. So I came down the road and I made a right turn, and you hear me asking for Jared where he's at. So I wonder if he's had a chance to review the tapes. I had a hard time getting on the laptop. A lot of people seem to have computer issues. I've noticed this. At certain times, they get booted off of the laptop. Critical times, in some cases. I can't recall if I ever got on the laptop, actually. Like the MWS, I can't recall. And then I went to the office. My tinfoil starts to race. It really does. But I don't want to go too far with that. And it's funny. Those weird things that you remember. He was parked on kind of a downward slope facing the main road, and we pulled a passenger window to the passenger window, which is odd, and roll the windows down. Well, depends on Andrew. That changes, though. And before I could talk to him, I kind of heard this break, Enfield member's been shot. And I instinctively grabbed my rifle and racked it around in it. It should be racked around in it, and then checked it. And I laid it on my lap in the front seat. And Jared goes, "Are we going to that?" I think he put it on the dash. I thought he said, but anyway. And I said, "Yes, let's go." And again, weird things you remember. I backed out into traffic, which was the oddest thing. Hit my lights, and we were heading south. And he followed behind me. And as we were heading south, another feeder road coming in from a different neighborhood, we saw Barry Martin in his personal truck as the constable that had been called in. And he's like, and we went by him fast. And I figured, okay, well, he'll figure it out. He'll hear what's going on the radio. And again, trusting his guys. I thought he was going over to fill in for Natasha, and again, the transmission have me screwed up. I originally remembered looking for Halliday on the radio, telling them that I'm not going into Bible Hill. We're going to head to Enfield. Anecdotally, from other people, I've talked to members because of these gaps in the transmission. I, for some reason, remember knowing that it was Chad Morrison it was shot at, but I can't remember how I know that. And I don't know if I'm remembering it wrong or not. This stuff is really getting spooky. Honestly, I don't mean to sound like a weirdo, but it's sounding spooky. How do you... Wow. But somewhere between my detachment area and the intersection in Brookfield, another call came in about a police accident and a fire. Multiple police cars. And I don't recall anyone telling us what to do at that point. And I thought to myself, Jesus. We're on our own here. Like, is anybody in charge here? And all of a sudden, what Jared had indicated, I should back up. Before I got to Brookfield, there's a long, straight stretch. So the community of, it's still, I guess it's Brookfield. There's a campground and this long stretch, and I see a police car coming in front of me. And I'm like, okay, it's the fucking guy, right? So I slowed down, and I thought, he doesn't know this car. So I slowed down. I put my rifle up on the dash. Oh, that's right. That's where he said he put it. Thinking this is a chance to get him. And then I think I yelled out on the radio, who's coming towards me, whatever, and it's Gibson. I thought to myself, what the hell is he doing up here? Because he's in Enfield. And I don't remember exactly what I said to him, but he ended up coming with us. So it was myself, Daly, and Gibson in that order heading down the highway. Now, question. I don't know. I'd have to go back, and I'm not going to do it here because it'll take time. Is it that Daly is responding to the Dorrington call? Let's see if he talks about that. But Dorrington's call came in literally moments before Heidi. Sending people elsewhere. Like photos. It was myself, Daly, and Gibson in that order, heading down the highway. But those of you who do know, please, if you can point it out to me, that would be great. And then at some point, the mission changed this. The mission changed this. Again, I can't recall what was said. There was an accident now. They gave a Civic number, 2 cars, 2 shots fired, on fire, and I thought to myself, what the hell's going on here? Like, So I really stepped on the gas, and for some reason, Brookfield was jammed with traffic. 10:43, Enniger wanted 2 Enfield carbine guys to go to Colchester as well. I'm going to go tinfoily, but I'm seeing elements I don't like. Could just be nothing, but a lot of questions around Dorrington. So I really stepped on the gas, and for some reason, Brookfield was really jammed with traffic. I barely got through the intersection, and I hit the gas as fast as the car would go. I actually almost went off the road in a place called Alton. And I remember asking them for, I need a landmark. See, all of these things can be verified in the records. I'm going to fast to read. That one is in there. He does. Some of this I can recall by memory. And they said, I remember them saying, just past the wildlife park, you can't miss it. I don't remember the response, but I think something like that. Wildlife park, I think, was in there. Anyway, I'm not going to bore you with my thinking. I thought, okay, so I left those 2 young guys in the dust, and I came to Stewackie by myself. And as I'm coming to the crossroads at number 2, I know it's the Enfield truck because they had an older style SUV that was very unique as well. And I said, who's in the Enfield truck? And they said it was Austin. I didn't know who that was. I later talked to him, and he said he ended up working with us there. He himself had said, oh God, thank God it was a Millbrook car. I thought it was Nova, but okay. I knew he knew he was safe, right? Because he recognized our car was so distinctive. Right. So I think I told him, come on, we're going to find Chad. I remember that, but I don't know why I knew it was Chad. This shit is fucking screwy, man. It's really screwy. So we continued on. South on number 2. Gibson and Daly were quite a ways back at this point. I believe they were unknown to me, and again, you hear things anecdotally. I put myself about a minute or 2 behind the emergency response trucks, 2 Suburbans. Oh, there were 2. I only know of 1. Interesting. Okay. Anybody else know of 2? Just stating facts. Sorry. Notice how he never mentions Heidi calls out on the radio. I'm assuming Heidi got a chance to radio out shots fired. He would have heard it. Should have said just big black water silo at the Shuby ramp. Well, he's only on the Colchester channel. But then there's this business about the channels seem to be patched, which doesn't indicate they're not. There should be, if the channels are merged, right? Then you'd have all of Enfield's, East Hunt's calls all of a sudden being on the Colchester one. And so it would be Colchester and East Hunt's. And then on the East Haunts channel, half of that record would appear, but it doesn't work like that. So there's something screwy. There was a second SUV. So he's just put this together from things he's heard. He doesn't know. Unknown to me again. You hear things anecdotally. I put myself about a minute or 2 behind the emergency response trucks. 2 Suburbans. Again, I had no idea that they were there. I had no idea where the frozen zone was. I had no information from anybody, which makes me angry. And we talk about that, but we can talk about that after. Oh, he's not happy. And my apologies to you, sir, if I'm miscommunicating anything, but somehow I don't think I am. So we're coming on the straight stretch, and I see the smoke from quite a distance. And we pull up on it, and I can see 2 cars fully engulfed from the window line up. We can still make out that they're police cars. I'll have to go back and look at the video. Are they consumed at that point? When Ert is there? The alarm's going off. I can kind of picture it. Do they not get consumed? I don't know. I'm sure you've seen the scene photos. They're nosed in. Not like, you're right. That doesn't match. I can't remember who said that. I think Julia did. They're not, that doesn't follow with Addie's picture. Wait a second. No, facing opposite direction. I'll have to go through it. The area was filled with smoke, or somebody can go through it for me. That would be great. There's another thing to look at. There was a little bit of debris on the road. You seem to remember stuff pretty clearly. And it was very hard to make out what went on there. I don't know. For some reason, I was thinking that we're looking. I don't know to this day. I guess I knew it somehow that we were looking for Chad. And we're heading to the EHS base. Well, that's new. But I don't know why. I mean, this kind of stuff just wants me, I want to just take a break because it's too spooky. Because we pulled down the ramp for a minute. He drove past it? If he went down the ramp? Ooh. Like, if you know the area, it's kind of a, even though it's rural road, there's cloverleaf ramps. I pulled down the top of the ramp. Clearly, I was heading south on the old 2. And I looked at it for a minute, trying to make sense of what was going on here. And the area was very smoky. And Como pulls up beside me, and I roll down my passenger window, and he goes, "My coworker's over there." And I said, I was about to tell him nobody can survive that. He said, "Over there in the grass." What? What? She was on the road. And I had gone past her. Oh, hold on one moment. She's over there in the grass? What this? That's in the grass. Heidi was on the road. I can't even read what this bunk says that's edited out. I'm not sure why you would ever edit anything. There's always talk about that black bag or some balls. Somebody did. I remember having conversations with the person, somebody who knew somebody who witnessed that. And I asked, like, is that a body they were carrying over there? And no, I don't think so. It's kind of rigid, they said. I don't know. Anyway, not to get just putting it out there. It's possible, I guess. And I had gone past her. Yeah, he does. Yes. Yeah. I think that's him. He's holding back the lady. I don't know. I know the video you talk about. I remember playing it in one video. She's in the grass? Like, does that make sense to people? She's not in the grass. She's on the road. And I had gone past her. I look, and my windows again, I'm a big guy, small car. I actually had to lean back. And I see the yellow stripe in the grass. And I was shocked. What the gook, man? Whoa. So I put it in park, and I remember. Maybe you'll hear it on the radio. It was open. I hit the red button, and it didn't appear any sort of auditory change. So you might have heard me say, "Fuck. I don't know if this is working." So I bailed out. I yelled to Como to come with me, and he said, "Cover me." So I went over, and it was, I don't even know if she was working. It was Heidi. Well, you wouldn't know their schedule. Blank. Her radio mic was attached, though. Okay, so something they blacked out here has to do with the actual radio. That's not sensitive information. The actual unit, not the, with the, not the corded part, but the other part, like the one with the antenna on it. They blacked some stuff out to do with that. And that has nothing to do with potentially harmful. Get out of here. It's a fucking radio. Woven through some different layers of clothing. But the radio was stretched out quite far, like 6 or more feet from her body on the road, not in the grass. Her radio was in the middle of the road, like it had been torn off. Having some major crime experience, 2 tours, I made an initial assumption that she had been shot there. Again, I made the initial assumption. Okay. Not knowing that that she was dragged there by ERT members, not into the grass. But again, not knowing that, so I told Como to cover me, and I started to strip off and see what was going on here, right? And I have to apologize. I blocked some things at the request of the counselor, it sounded like, which I find interesting. It's not psychology, I know. Something about the radio. Yes, you did what I did. Even he know. You can really see the difference. Authentic statements that these guys make who are in the know. I don't follow. Sorry, no. You're answering me about something, and there's a delay, and now I forgot. In some of the pictures of the car along the guardrail, they have things blurred out, but looked more like next to the guardrail. Well, maybe you'll elaborate on it more. Grass is new to me. Yeah, and like I said, you don't have to go through. Well, no, I actually don't remember. Like I know the outcome now. Blank. Quote, you've blocked some of it out. So I started. So I think this is the counselor. Blank said, you blocked some of it out. I've come across this somewhere else too, where a counselor was making some interesting suggestions to somebody, and I was like, they were sowing ideas in this person's head, and I was like, but do you know that to be fact? A witness. Do you know that to be fact or not? Or did you hear that from the counselor? Well, I heard it from the counselor. I'm like, okay. Might not be. I did a lot of probative questions on that. Didn't happen to be. Anyway. So I started stripping off of her. She had hard body, soft body, and hard body. She had 2 vests on, which was standard, with jacket. It was just hard to get her chest clear. And I remember looking for a pulse, and I couldn't find one anywhere. Armpit, I looked everywhere, and I couldn't find one. She's wearing a jacket? I guess it was cold. She's got a lot of armor on, though. Blank. Which didn't make sense because I felt this just happened. What's that? C5. Well, they've got the codes for this stuff. C1 must be a name. C5 is potentially harmful. Graphic. It just seemed, nothing seemed to make sense. And I just had to give her a quick scan, and I started to do a few compressions, and I was like, shit, get your shit together. I literally told myself, blank, like, do your ABCs here. So I want to blank. So I remember doing well, I shouldn't say that. I know I did some breaths. He's still remembering stuff. Blank. But I don't remember. I don't actually remember. Blank. But he does remember. He recounted it. So he remembers. Somebody's telling him not to remember. Well, he already said that. That's so fucked, man. But, and I know I felt them, but I can't tell you what they were at this point. I blocked it out. What's that he's referring to? I know I felt them. I can't tell you what they were at this point. Interesting. I'll wait and see if he gets some answers. I'll just review a couple of these. In some pictures, okay. I'm just saying, well, dig up these pictures. Let's go. I'm just saying, the way this guy talks, authentic. I can't remember what happened. Lots of swearing. The swearing one is something that I think you're going to have some of that in the logs. It is something I think is very genuine. I know that they're instructed not to do that, but still, I think you could get a conduct for that. And he's retiring, right? So he can do that. Lots of details. These guys are in the know. The guys that are in the know are very vague. I'm looking at the radio logs as you go through this. So Ert ordered to leave Heidi's to go to Sobeys. That's in the logs? That is in the logs? I didn't see anything about that. I don't recall anything. There was nothing about Heidi being discovered by I think it's Bernard who is the. There may have been the phone call. I'm just going by memory, but I really don't remember anything about Ert ever communicating that they were there. Blocked out part, Heidi was rigor mortis, which doesn't make sense because he thought it had happened. Oh. Okay, no offense on Heidi's family. Honestly, honest to God, I'm not trying to be, crackpot. I just looking. Yeah. Yeah. T5, this one. Could be he's saying something about she felt pretty, not to be graphic, but there was something potentially off about her body. I felt it just happened. I felt this just Stop. Huh. Yeah, I can see it. But again, they block out things and then they make it seem they do that attack. It's very strategic. Some of them are just complete nothing burgers. I love in the warrants when they do that. Then the Sobeys call comes in from dispatch. Yes, the Sobeys call comes in. First, you have the Brookfield thing, which is like almost right before. You have people going away. You have members getting sent up north to Colchester, which just seems like, I think it's not even an order to go anywhere specific, as I recall. It's just to Colchester. Start coming up to Colchester, and then you have the Sobeys. A lot of misdirection. Imagine how many potty mouth COCs you'd rack up. Yes, Code of Conduct's on Terra. Ert discovered Heidi Mills. Is that in the logs, Peter? Then a call about a man with a rifle at Sobeys. Then Ert says that was us. What? Ert says that it was them that made the phone call? Oh, God, I'm going to have to go back and reread this stuff again. I already spent a bunch on it this morning again. Com 19393 shows where she must have been moved down 5 guardrails from the cars. No, that they were people at the Sobeys with rifles. Okay, which one is this? The Truro one or the Enfield one? Because I think Truro was a distraction. Read it in the documents, maybe Mill's statement. But it's not in the logs. And they merged the channels, didn't they? Yeah, I think they did. They said merge the ERT channel with Colchester. That was the night before. This is right after Bernard's calls in Stevenson's down. Yes, the Sobeys, yeah. It all happens really fast. You get Dorrington on the radio talking about Brookfield. This happens. And the Truro. And people getting sent over to Colchester. Anyway. Not trying to sound all, but it's just a different way of looking at things. I think everything should be on the table without total ridicule, and it's no offense to anybody. Anyway, moving along. But, okay, let's just back up here to the beginning. And I know I did breaths, blank, but I don't remember. I don't actually remember, blank. But, and I know I felt them. I still haven't figured this out. This one's a weird one. Them. What they were. Plural. No. Not according to the original Saltwire article. They said it was a false call. Mind you, that lady, was she in the back room? Oh, they blamed it on Ert. They said it was them with the guns. But why were they there to begin with? That was why I was always bitching about it. Where's the fucking Sobeys? in Elmsdale. You're on both sides of the highway. What the fuck are you doing? Meanwhile, they're pumping gas with Boardman. Yes. 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 Exactly. This is why I was getting so upset. They're on both sides of the highway. They never wanted to even acknowledge the fucking Petrocan, but they definitely seemed to stay the hell away from the Sobeys. Dispatch calls out Elmsdale Sobeys, seen with rifle. Ert says it was them. This was 20 minutes after Bernard calls out Stevenson is down. Why is Ert there to begin with? It's fair enough that it's them with the rifles out, but they would have to be responding to something to bring them there with the rifles out. Ribs breaking? I can't tell you what they were at this point. That doesn't is a good is because it's plural, but they're checking about a call of a silver SUV at Elmsdale. See, I think this is all a bunch of who. That is strange. Okay. Anyway, I blocked it out. Anyway, so at this point, I remember Dally and Gibson arriving, and Gibson was her recent co-worker. I feel bad for him. Wow. I feel bad for all these people. Terrible. And she was a very mom-like figure. So Gibson thought very highly of her, and he was very upset. And I looked around at these guys, and I'm kind of, I guess I decided she was gone. You know, I can't recall what. I guess it was a constellation of things. I don't, and these guys were looking, all of them were shocked. And so I said, all right. I took a second, like, shit. What the fuck are we going to do here? There's nobody in charge, but there is him. We don't know where the shooter is. This is clearly, we still need to figure out what we're going to do with her. Do I take her out of here? I was debating all of these questions. I'm going into his mind right now. I was debating all these questions. Oh, he still does. Big time. This guy. Wow. I was debating all these questions. So I just decided we're staying put and we're going to set up a perimeter. So I ordered one to the south, one to the north. You go over there, and that's what I did. Boom. Leadership. So I went back and examined her some more, tried some more CBR, and at that point, the grass was burning. The place was on fire, right? The grass fire had made its way to us from the cars. But he's on the road. So Daly came over and we started to put the fire out, and the smoke was hard to see through. Again, this doesn't make sense. I looked down. We'd been there a few minutes, and it was like some sort of urban combat center. There were people that were trying to walk towards us from the lower level, and we were trying to wave back because we didn't know if they where the shooter was. In fact, we almost shot a couple of people. One guy in camo. And I think I called it out over the radio. I thought I saw a guy who was far away. It looked like Fraser Firth because it was a vest. But I thought, well, is that a bad guy? Is that it looks like Fraser Firth, who I know, who worked with Fraser in Major Crime. Oh, Fraser. Just things weren't making sense, right? It was just, I felt like I was in some kind of Alice in Wonderland scenario. This stuff is really spooking me out. And somewhere in the middle of that, I heard over the radio he had moved to a silver SUV. A silver tractor. Okay, silver tractor. So I made sure the guys knew about that. Now, I guess that must be coming from a delayed call. From 911. From, well, I learned his name. What is his name? It wasn't Mr. Fisher. And in around that time, Constable Barry Martin, Constable Blake DeCoste arrived. Barry stayed with myself and Daly. How long are we in here? I just want to make sure I go back to this at some point and review it. 5 hours. Okay. Kind of a center part. Kind of in the center part. Barry stayed with myself and Daly, kind of in the center part, and I sent DeCoste up with Gibson because Gibson was very upset. Up. They're down. Fuck me. Are they in the grass on the other side? I sent DeCoste up with Gibson, and Gibson was very upset. Go up there with Gibson and Como. I sent to the bridge just north of us. A bridge south of the wildlife park. I sent him to that bridge, which we had blocked. Go up. Up. Don't let anybody in. And then at that point, we almost shot them. The EMRT guys in this Jeep Cherokee, that's Ivani. That's Ivani in the Jeep Cherokee. Came first. As they pulled up, I drill over my gun. because I saw the green uniform and nobody. I know for sure if any civilian didn't have any civilian that didn't have that uniform, the ERT uniform, and they got out. Yeah, no, she's gone, man. So I went and got my raincoat from the car. Blank. And after that, we got over there. We got over. There was shortly after that we got over. There was the radio traffic that there was sightings at different gas stations or grocery stores. I think one was in Truro and one was in Elmsdale. Okay, so gas stations has been planted, just from me reading, obviously, because I don't believe that's in there. Reading media, which I'm not faulting. Just happens, it's natural. And he's reliving and looking for answers. I told you, no, a couple more times I kind of sent some kind of casual orders over the radios to the guys. More of keep their heads in the game tactically. Oh. Ooh. He's giving the clue. I told you this a couple of times. I told you, a couple of times. I don't recall seeing this either. I've sent some kind of casual orders over the radio to the guys. Maybe, again, I'm just doing it by memory. So, I don't recall this being in there. They had a perimeter, but Eric Fisher is grabbing the handcuffs. No, that doesn't happen until the next day at 6 p.m. Which makes sense, of course. And then gets mislogged as a different type of handcuff. And it's just under some ashes, which, of course, they didn't clean up. Right. Why would it take so long? There is a grassy park between the roads. Yes, there is that, but it's got to be on fire and up. And again, I'm just reading into things, and it can be totally wrong. If you want to take note of it, Bernard's Stevenson Down is 540 to 5452 radio logs. Yeah, see, I could spend a lot of time with this stuff. But where's Rose? So, okay, Mills does say, here we go. My apologies, so I stand corrected. Which way did he go? Just keep going. Who is this member? It's not the bad guy with a portable. Telecoms from Casey. I've got 3 vehicles going to the bottom of 224. She still has her portable on, but he has pistols and mags. Oh! thought that came from Bernard. Inaudible. No audio. No audio. No audio. They said about this business about Yellow Jacket came from came from Peterson, and Peterson said he was wearing a blue shirt, dark blue. Inaudible. No audio. Unidentified. Schnare. I've looked for this guy before. I can't find him. And his vehicle are all set up at the intersection of with the highway and the road in Stewackie. He comes up somewhere else. Schnare. Colchester District Holiday. Manning, Colchester. I need to confirm there are members at the scene. Highway 4 in Wentworth. Lafferty. Go ahead. Whoever this is I don't recognize the call. 51D2 22. There's some new GPS stuff out. Hopefully I'll know what that is soon. Portapic is contained. MCU Major Crimes 2. Northeast Nova. I was able to track down, I think it's Leather on the radio. He's not identified. He's got a number. H1 or something like that. Halliday. Wentworth. McCallum. Halliday, McCallum. There's 3 Cumberland members on scene. They may ask to turn it over to Colchester, but they may be back in Cumberland. Well, McCallum is very far away, but I guess maybe he knows. Bernard, 55. I don't know what this is about. He seems to be calling in to 55. Huh. Who's he answering? Copy. EHS being advised to go in. No audio. Bernard from McCallum. What? They're in the car together. Oh, wait. No, he's not there yet. Bernard from McCallum. Bernard from McCallum? Can you confirm if her portable's there? That must be in relation to Rose. And then there was this shit about the sniper almost right after. I don't think that's in the Hans one. Sharpshooter, which came out of nowhere from Holiday. Yeah. 11:01. So now the suspect is in a silver tractor and a sharpshooter, highly trained. Some of this stuff is really happening fast, like real fast, in seconds, which I'm not quite understanding. It's going from one channel to another channel. There's that lady. He doesn't recognize Leslie Swan. They're saying 224. Bernard, go again. When you get to the wildlife park, block it off. I don't think the channels are merged here. Yeah, block all traffic north and southbound. That's the intersection. I'm just passing it right now. I'll let you know. Sorry, disregard. So he's not there yet. He doesn't get there until right to cars on the ramp. I got somebody honking here. He's asking about where she is. Why would he need to ask? He already got told by Daly. Wasn't it Daly? No, the young fellow. What was his name? Who said it was his coworker? Nobody can survive that. Why would he need to ask? He was going to leave. Oh, I see. He's thinking there's another person, another member. Stand by. They're engulfed. They're completely engulfed. I thought, I can't tell. Edinger. Copy. Thanks, Darren. As by the way, Brown and Melanson have already gone by the scene, so I don't think it was too wrong. But they do. I mean, I'm not saying that they're on. We are passing exit 9, but when they left the fire hall, they would have been down in that area at the time. Just say in the area. If they took 102, then they're obviously not on it. But hey guys, make sure to share these videos. Seamus has been reading since 8 this morning. Never really stopped. I like to read. I should get back to reading though. Both Truro and Elmsdale are in the logs. Halliday says 1010, be aware. Take cover. Don't get ambushed. So there's that 1110 on the Colchester? Must be. I'm just reading the radio logs as Seamus does this. It's total fuckaroonies, man. I've been reading. That's odd. That's somewhat odd that Mills would know Stevenson was 15B11. Oh, well, the car wasn't burnt. So I'm assuming he saw the number. Yes, though. Oh, okay. I see what you're saying. Very interesting. Like Bernard doesn't know. Bernard doesn't know. Sorry. Like so that means that Mills must have known Stevens. Bernard doesn't know certain members. He doesn't know Chad. He doesn't know the younger fellow. It's not like everybody knows everybody. Or he heard it over the radio. That's very possible too, because she was, I think, saying her name. I've talked to Schneier. I've got his card. Schneier was at Onslow Fire Hall at one point during that day. Yeah, I've come across him somewhere else. He doesn't have a statement. Probably his call sign. 355 dispatch. Oh, Bernard's? Bernard's call sign isn't 55. He's 53. I think I checked his GPS. Did they have that out? Maybe I haven't. He's a young guy, been here at the Bible Hill Detachment for 4 years. Who's that? Sorry. Oh, Schneier. Sorry if I'm getting you off track. I've been finding the radio logs interesting as you go through Bernard. Well, if you compare the two and the 911 calls and things, there's questions. I'll leave it there. And between Bernard's statement and McCallum's stuff that he finds, they don't gel, which it never would anyways entirely, but the logs should. People's recollections later, that's a different story. Notes are being written clearly afterwards. Oh, wait a second. See, he talked about how he was writing notes. And I don't think McCallum said he wrote notes until later. He couldn't do it or something. Maybe not. Best way to do it together. Everyone working together. Hey, Tara, that's what we're here to do. Is them breaths. Well, let's look at that. That's a good... I don't remember actually blank, and I know I felt them. Breaths, but I can't tell you where they were at this point. Is that what you're saying, Joanne? Yes, the CERT report is interesting reading. Which goes into every single scene which is not under CERT's mandate. 15, they shouldn't be investigating every scene. And there's some real weird stuff in that one. You could be 15B3 one day and the next day be 15B1. True, but his call sign should be his call sign. No? I know I'm going to get some call about this. Just like you pointing out Chad on the radio on the 18th could have been whoever was using that car, SUV, before Chad got in it. I don't know if I said that, but Peterson and Basselt used the same SUV. Yes, they did. Yes, they did. That's right. Mitchell Morrison was the name on the radio log 15B0618. Yeah, Morrison was logged in under his name. And he also had his Enfield radio, which is denoted by the E, personal radio. If that's what you're discussing, is Morrison on the 18th? It does have his. I don't know if I have that still. I'm sure I've gone through a bunch of things since then. Archie. Burning cars. Dwayne. Oh, the D49. Fuck, that one is a mess. D49 is a... Anybody else been looking into D49 at all? No, I don't have it up. Interesting. No, it's all car related. The portable is car related. The P portable, second number, Enfield, is related to the car. Or is that not an Enfield radio? And why would an Enfield member be in there? It never stated that there was any Enfield members in there at that night. So, yes, I suppose I can see what you're saying. I don't believe that works that way because he's using this card on his MWS, which is user specific. What's D49? D49. Come on, man. D49 is fragments. Anyway, I'm going to piss off Heidi's family. You absolutely could. I'm not disputing that. It's the fact that his computer is logged, his MWS is logged in with his card. So who used his card? Somebody else? Because that's his card. That's why it comes up Morrison. I'm sure other districts were listening when they heard this major event. I'm sure. Well, I don't know how it didn't seem to get out of. Yeah, I guess they could have phoned people. It's his card, though. I got a phone call when I pointed it out. That's his card. Not that they knew that was his card, but they said that's the way it works. In order for that to work that way, you got to log in with your card and it's going to come up. I'm suggesting just transcript saying like Morrison would have to type in each numbers. Like someone would have to type in each member's name. Why would they type in his name with misidentifying him if his personal ID card is being used on the MWS? I think it's fairly clear whose card it is. Otherwise, it would come up as a nothing burger. That's my understanding. I'm sure I'll get a few phone calls one way or another. More like 4 minutes. So OCC Truro takes over TAC resources for a minute and a half later. Shots big. See, it all happens like, and Dorrington's on about the. In, which one is that in? See, and fuck, man, it pisses me off. This. Well, you can't OCR this file. At least I can't. I've tried how many times. I cannot do it. That's why I can do that because that's not OCR'd. If I was going over this, it would never appear like that. I can't search. But the MWS tagging his name in the transcript, but is it the MWS tagging his name, or did somebody doing the transcript identify each call sign so people could read it with ease? I've never seen an error on that. It's an interesting suggestion, but if that was what it was explained to me, if he logged in with his card, it'll come up in the logs with his name. If somebody else was using that card and they used the MWS and they put their card into it, it would come up with somebody else's name. McGilvery takes over. 563 shots away. Yeah, it's right away. It's right away. Even though he's been in the, if you read his statements, and they're interesting because he talks about food. But he talks about how he wasn't on duty. He was, he wasn't on call, and that 2 CICs were called in. The one guy didn't even arrive until the very end, like afterward. Pinton or whatever. I looked at his notes, and he didn't come in until right after. And one drove in from Cape Breton, and the other one I can't remember. But McGilvery was in there, and he said, like, there was absolutely no doubt who was in charge, even though he didn't say it on the radio. And they asked him that a few times. They're like, well, why is it that you didn't say? And he's like, because there was no doubt. I was in charge. Like, everybody knew in the command center. And they said, well, what happens if you radioed something out? Like, wouldn't people be like, what about West? I thought he was in charge. And he said, oh, it wasn't a problem. Because I'm searching, I'm sure that the TMR2 knows what is on the air, but probably doesn't label it there. I'm just thinking, I have no idea. I don't know. I will re-verify that information. But the card is call transcripts are taken from dispatch servers, high-tech trunk system. Bell wasted a day talking about. Well, Bell's paid. Didn't Bell sponsor the Goo, the dance-a-thon? Which, of course, got released even though it was recorded early. Like, what the fuck, man? Why did they choose to release that 3 days after? Very... Yeah. Okay. Okay, so let's go back. Sorry. But it's worth looking into. I know that, if Odeer watches this, she certainly will do it, and do it very succinctly. Like, in my mind, I can see things, but I can't explain them the best. So my apologies. But it's, to do have a look at it yourself. Compare the 911 logs and the times. You have to remember the Colchester one is an hour off, and different statements that you come across of people who are involved with GPS records. You start to get a more, as Burrow would say, a fulsome image of what's going on. Okay. I believe this is where we are. Let's just start at the top of the page. A couple of times. No, sad. Yes, it was. Yes, and then they released the specific video, not the Dustine one, the one about first responders, which included all of them. They released that April 22nd. So, seemed kind of strategic. Did you say you didn't have Bernard's GPS because it's in the foundational document? Which number is his? I can put it in. Maybe I have put it in already. Who do I have here? Cover. Go away. I don't want that. Morrison, Como. See, you can plug all these people in. And Galen's records are interesting. Landry. Okay, so it must be Bernard's must be one of the newer ones. Yeah. Harvey's are also very interesting. They don't quite line up with his call logs. Yeah. So it must be one of the new ones, so that'll have to be converted data, and that's way out of my ballpark. That's oh dear. Which then I will be able to look at. All right, you're out for bed. Interesting to see the council in action. I would be very much. Shubenacadie Foundational Document, page 23. I'll let you get back to it. Okay. Hey, well, listen, Invasion One. Bye, Mitchell. Have a good night. Thank you for your contributions. Invasion, if you want to drop me which foundational document is Shubenacadie. Okay, sorry you said that. All right. A couple of times I kind of sent out casual orders over the radio to keep their heads in the game tactfully. I didn't see that, but okay. Like, remember, we're exposed here. Be careful, that sort of stuff. Like, that was kind of what I was trying to get. Like, we're still a team here. Team. Like, stay here. Keep it tight. And again, oops. The frigging fire was still burning. And we had to beat it back a couple of times. So I guess he's going into the grass, off the road. I think he was on the call it the barrier or whatever. Anyway, and again, the EMRT guys moved on. And then shortly after, I recall the suspect being down in Enfield. And I guess we were there for about 20 or 30 minutes. I don't remember how long we were there. And at that point, we just kind of sat down in the dirt, stayed with Heidi. Huh? Dirt? She's in the road. In my culture, and that's even follows with Addie's diagram. In my culture, when there's a deceased person, you have to stay with them. So I kind of stayed with her and sat in the dirt for I don't know how long. Not understanding sitting in the dirt if she's on the road, but fair. No, it's not. I got a call from telecoms. They wanted to know our status. I'm sorry. Early on in my assessment, when I was looking her over, I saw that her gun was gone. So I immediately called that out, and her pistol and mags were missing, and she had mags that didn't appear to have a rifle. I couldn't see it anywhere. Oh. And we just stayed there. So we just stayed there. And I don't know how long we waited. Staff Sergeant Addie McCallum probably arrived about an hour or so later. Calvin Beers from Enfield wanted to call. Like, I don't remember even talking to him. I think you called me. I know you called me, but I don't remember what we talked about. Okay, this is in shock. Interesting about the rifle, because there were carbine rounds on the ground, according to the diagram by Addie. Not just the diagram, sorry, it goes into it in this stuff. I thought I had a picture of his notes that said that. Maybe I still do, just to give me a second. I don't know where I put that. Anyway, in Addie's stuff, he speaks of the 9mm carbine, spent carbine rounds, spent 9mm rounds, and a larger handgun. I don't know if he's inferring that there's another third gun involved. Okay. It was a brief conversation. Yeah. So he's speaking to McPherson. Yeah, my wife called me again to add further confusion. She said, "Are you driving the black Suburban, a dark Suburban?" She said, "I just saw it on Facebook." I was like, "I don't, what are you talking about?" Because I didn't know they'd been there minutes ago. And I'm like, "No, I don't know what you're talking about. Where's that?" Anyway, and then so Addie McCallum shows up. And again, I don't have a lot of time for those guys. He was acting Danko. Think counterpart to Steve Halliday. I think counterpart to Steve Halliday. Eh? I'll probably get fixed on this one too. And he got a drive there from somebody, that would be Peterson, and said, "Come on, let's get out of here. I need a drive." And I refused. I refused for a while there. And then Barry said, "It's okay. It's okay. I'll stay with her." So, but I left. EHS showed up at some point. I remember. I don't remember why they showed up so late, but they blank, obviously. And then we went. I had to drive Addie all the way to, I think I stopped, oh yeah, at the Cokes. I stopped at the Petrocan in Stewacke. I think I guzzled 2 Coca-Colas. I was on some sort of adrenaline dump going on or something. And I drove Addie McCallum all the way out to Great Village Fire Hall. And then from there, I went to Bible Hill, and I went to Bible Hill very angry. Because in the context, I guess, of what I knew or how it should have went, I was, and obviously blank. Heidi was a good friend of mine, was a friend of mine, and like good friend of mine. And she was a constable, and I was in charge of the division liaison team, like the protest team. There, they were close. Part-time, she was one of the members that she's very capable individual, and I was mad about what had obviously happened, and I had a very much a blame mentality, and I was basically going there to comfort whoever was in charge, or sorry, confront, comfort, almost like the comfort station, real comforting, whoever was in charge. And I still don't know to this very day who was in charge. Okay. Wow. Okay. But then I went in the room. I saw the usual faces that I've been watching over the years. Oh, right. Sorry. I kind of skated by that. The vest and Firth and a guy in camo down the hill, or somebody who looked very much like Firth. He's kind of stressed that one. That's strange, and I've seen Firth's name come up in some other stuff. Anyway, but when I went in the room, I saw the usual faces that I've been watching over the years continue to screw up things up, and I was just mad. Wow. Angela McKay and Jerry Berthiaume were giving a major crime briefing, and out of respect for them being a major crime guy, I didn't say anything to anybody. I listened to them, and then I left. Yeah. Left it to listen to them, and then I left. Interesting. Yeah, so because it was all the same usual suspects in that room. Wow. Right? And yeah, that's it. And so I went back to the office and sat there, kind of not knowing what to do. I can't remember. As being an autonomous office, I still had a responsibility. I think I touched base with Natasha. Natasha. Wow. Natasha and I ended up going back out to work Monday. And I never heard from anybody. I never had one call. Mark's the reason why we got. So basically, in a nutshell, every member of the detachment, so the night before Corporal Jameson and Corporal Constable Grund, and then on Sunday, the sergeant and commander, Jared Daly and Barry Martin. So I guess Mark must have done something in his role. Hello, Cheryl. Heidi had no carbine, not trained. So what's this discussion about carbine mags? I don't know. So Mark must have done something. Yeah, I'm thinking he must have got some therapy or something for them, or something set up. We only had one other regular member, Constable Corey Paul, and the reservist who wasn't affected by this incident, and not one person called. Jesus. And in fact, when health services reached out, Al Carroll chose not to say that Millbrook members were there. So it was, Mark, and I know you're not here, but feel free to tell them Mark's the reason why health services found out that Millbrook was involved. Interesting. They were getting written out. Jameson. I'm very interested in that. Go ahead. And Mark and I talk all the time. So here comes Mark. So after, day. So Darren and I have been friends. Darren's my best buddy. We've been friends for over 25 years and a bit. And we've both, I think the reason for that is we're both hands-on, that we're both there for the members and whatnot. And I don't want to speak out of turn, but I think that's what makes it even harder for Darren to be involved, and his frustration. But that's just from me, and I appreciate it very much. So after the shootings, I was just here at headquarters in the rotunda buying. I had to get 20 plus mourning ribbons for in honor of Heidi. And so I took an order for my members in my district and came up, and I just happened to run into Sandra McNaughton. I don't know that name. So just had moved over from Integrated CID with Halifax Regional. 1 second here. We're both hands-on members. Okay. But she was still doing the rep. Yeah, the members' assistance. And what that was like Wednesday or Thursday, wasn't it? Yeah. Yes, yeah. I think that was it was Wednesday that I went up, and I happened to run into her, and I've known Sandra for a little while, and we were just chatting, and she was telling me how things were going with reaching out, like aftercare, initial like, and she thought Deepak Persod had covered everything covered, etc. And I said, no, I've been talking to my buddy the day of and Darren Bernard in Millbrook, and I know that he was directly involved, especially with the Heidi scene and that side of it, and nobody's reached out to him. Wow. And I've been talking with him multiple times a day. And then I said, I don't know if anyone in his unit has been reached out to. And she said, no, that's been done. And I said, well, I just actually spoke to him. Ugh. Because anytime I come to the city where Darren's Truro side, we actually try and meet up if we're not busy. And I said, no, for a fact, somebody needs to reach out to Darren and his members. Good for him. And she promised she would do that. And I did follow up with her. And she had. Good. So that was really it. I just talked to her, and of course I talked to Darren. He let me know that he had reached out as well. Just quick story. Do you remember how long after the events that somebody actually reached out to your unit? Yeah, it was Wednesday night. Okay. It was not the best. Wednesday night. So better some family members who didn't get really involved. Or you might have been Thursday morning, but it was after that, or it was late in the day. I remember I was home. It was nighttime. Okay. Yeah, and there had been a flurry of calls on Thursday. I don't have an issue with, like Deepak has done in my mind, a tremendous job. Once they found out, then they swung into action. But again, I'll just tell you straight up, the fact that we weren't included with the Colchester speaks to the quality of management at the Colchester and Northeast District level. It's an embarrassment, really, and I'm upset about it. Wow. Yeah. I'm sensing something else there. It's just sitting off in Millbrook. Yeah. Okay. Not good. Yeah, understandable. Yeah. So, Natasha and Chris went to the Bible Hill debriefing. Interesting. Okay. Friday. So they were debriefed. Certain people seem to, and certain people don't. Myself, Barry, and Jared Daly went with the Enfield guys on Friday. it was different. There was a variety of critical debriefings, so we were split up that way. Okay. Well, I stand corrected. I thought I'd read somewhere there was no Darren had ordered certain things, but anyway, maybe it was only for certain members. And that was the first debrief wasn't until Friday. It was Friday, yeah. So we're looking at 5 days after, and we still had to work. It wasn't until later, the week after, that it became clear that there was going to be some relief scheme in place. And once I can't recall the dates, but you go to my notes if you need. But again, it was slow and painful. You know, more BS that had to be there, more BS than had to be there, right? It was just ridiculous, poor management, but in the end, it was we finally got some relief, probably 2 weeks on. I don't know how long I worked. I was just exhausted, right? And yeah, I mean, since then, it's just been, luckily half of my membership is provincial collator. So we have traffic unit members, but we've got this young kid with me, blank. Like this has been serious affecting issue that Millbrook continues to fall through the cracks. Embarrassment really is what it is. Yeah, I'm getting a feeling about something over there. Anyway, and would you have any outside management issues? Can you think of anything that why Millbrook may be falling through the cracks or is being left out? I can give you an opinion. I can only back it up by quantity of incidents. I can't speculate as to but after a while, repetitive, right? Kind of leads you down a path. I mean, I'm not dumb as of a detective, that dumb of a detective, right? I think I know what he's saying. And, I generally don't go down that road too much because can be a bit of a pit, but I do see it in the RCMP. Give me one moment, please. Oh, it's okay. It's okay. And, it took me a long time, as a MICMA member with such on paper, such a proactive Indigenous component. I got promoted early on, but I was a corporal for a decade when there were people, non-native staffed in different positions around the region, which I would have been eligible for because I've always been very practical. Well, this is stupid. You're going to get somebody killed. I was always a very proactive, pro-member advocate. Okay, so he's a shit disturber. I think he's got a few strikes against him here. One is, I think is a real legitimate problem in the RCMP. We don't need to get, we all know what that is. And then the other one is the fact that if you cause trouble, you're going to get it. If you start saying things are a problem somewhere, then you're going to get into real hot water. Okay, me getting promoted to sergeant was a miracle because for about 4 to 6 month period, there was a temporary posting of a district policing officer, John Ferguson. He's since gone, probably retired now. He was temporarily in charge of that district. He was a federal policing officer, didn't know me from Adam, didn't have a conversation with anyone about me, didn't know that I was a free thinker. Oh, no. And that's what I've been called that before. And if it's a bad thing, like I'm a criminal, good for you. John looked at my resume, and it was, my major crime time and negotiator, so it was extensive. It in charge of the protest unit. Well, I got promoted to sergeant. I took a very active role at that point in my unit's wellness, and I advocated exclusively for the people below me. I didn't work for the people above me. And in fact, I was chastised at multiple points for not being for the people above me. And in fact, it's probably in the statement somewhere. Anytime I got too out of hand, they would audit me. And the membership in the community would defend me. It was almost an embarrassment to the auditors because they weren't looking for dirt, and it was perfect. It happened twice in my tenure at Millbrook. Wow. Okay. And so it became kind of this Robin Hood. It was like advocating for people that didn't fit with the management structure and with all that. So that's the backdrop. And so then when you have me working with the same cast of characters within the critical incident program, and these are the same guys that are also in the daytime, people who are above me in rank in different positions, like the Dankos and whatnot. It's very professional because I always took the high road, but it's politely adversarial all the time. I think that's a bit couched. So we were always left out getting relief bodies, equipment. We never get the call. Oh, you didn't get your new tasers? Like it was just perpetual. And in fact, over the last few years, you saw the start of it before you left. When you were in Richmond County, you see how, yes, Darren, what do you have now at the district meetings? Because I would call them on things. I would say, why are we doing this? You're going to get somebody hurt. This isn't the right way to do it. And I was a free thinker, and it cost me. It cost me for that decade to get the promotion to that point. And it certainly cost me. I used to say when Mark and John Kenny left the district, you go to the commander meetings, I had no one to sit and eat lunch with. It was almost like the weird kid in a junior high again. Sounds kind of like Dion Sutton, at least in one, the sense. If you're locked out, you're not part of the crowd. I don't know about whether previous to 1819 where Dion was, but Definitely that night he was not well appreciated. Not read in. You're not one of the cool kids. Right. Because just an odd man out just didn't fit into that yes sir mentality, right? And I wasn't disrespectful. I served very proudly, and I was very proud to be a member. And I didn't agree with the type of leadership my contemporaries, and I say this broadly speaking, my contemporaries were very far removed from operational experiences. Boom. And because of that, you were getting decisions that were far removed from what I would consider to be safe and tactical for the members. A lot of these guys were out of touch about modern rapid deployment. They were out of touch about what constituted appropriate resourcing. I'll give you a quick example between me and Al Carroll. And Al was the worst one because I was a subordinate to him on the crisis team, but he resented me that I was in charge of the protest team because it was just a weird dynamic. Okay. So Al and I got along at the least by quite a bit. And Al was notoriously frugal with the unit's budget. Bible Hill. No. And I was the complete opposite. It became kind of the running joke at finance. Chris Deal would say, that's okay, because I'd be broke by Christmas time. It's okay. Al's got all the money, or Al got lots of money. We'll journal vouchered over. Became this running joke. And I was also very savvy when I'd see events coming up a month from time, and I knew, and growing up in First Nation communities, I know that the communities are very appreciative of large show of membership. You know, my bosses like Halliday and various DPOs were very minimalist minded. You don't need 5 members on. You don't need 10 members on at a powwow and whatnot, because they looked at it as you don't need don't need that many to arrest people. Well, I look at it as, no, I'm not having half of them there in red surge on paid duty. Half of them, it's community policing. I was just very much, I measured trees that didn't fall in the forest for crime. Like, in my mind, no crime is a success story for the money I spent for that weekend. So I had very much a different mindset than Al Carroll. So Al many times tried to challenge me on why I had his members working overtime all the time without their permission. And I said, Al, I very clearly know, you're 4 days off. I don't let them work the day after and the day before they go back to your shop. If they want to work overtime, that's none of your business. It was very. So what happened a lot of times, we'd have the weekend where I'd be short, and I know there'd be football tournament, and of course, there's a lot of community events in the First Nations community. Okay. So I always had paid overtime for that, even worked a few. I was very proactive. Heidi worked many. Heidi, in fact, there's a famous photo in Melbrook at one of the powwows at the Moonlight. It was 4 members looking at the Milky Way. It's been on all over. It's been on the news even. It was a very famous photo. Well, Heidi's in that picture, and that was an overtime event in Millbrook. So I was very proactive in that. And most of the time, most of them were Al's members in their time off working. So he need overtime that on the weekend, and he'd be upset because they'd all be working overtime for me. And he'd be doubly upset to find out that I'd ended up spending his money when I'd go over budget. Okay. So it was very strained. Our two styles did not match, and that just carried on for the entire time. And in fact, there's members, the members there saw Millbrook as kind of a clubhouse. It was an island of misfit toys where, I made sure the wellness was a priority. We had cable, we had Wi-Fi, we had, it was kind of a beacon of relaxation on the road, and they resented me for it. So yeah, there was lots of little troubled things that along the way. I guess almost 6 years at the helm there. So professional yet troubled. Right. And you mentioned a few moments ago about you feeling as though, this is Nicole, somebody else, they were out of touch with deployment of resources and things like that. Yeah. Were there ever any training exercises or mock exercises to do run throughs of responses? We had those for critical incident. There were a couple of events in a year. So ERT basically trains every month. Again, I apologize. I don't know the exact minimum hours negotiators needed, but we had 2 main events a year. We would just go fill in various roles and just do a mock exercise. And there'd be, the young guys wanting to get on to ERT, and they'd be the bad guys barricaded in the house, and we would have to call them out or call them, and it would just be a mock scenario. Yeah, this happened a couple of times a year, usually in Aldershot or someplace like that. But insofar as duty, no, everybody was just Bible Hill. If you talk to, I could give you the names of 10 members. Bible Hill was known as a not safe place to work because of the frugality of management. They'd often have only like 3 on the entire county. And I'd have 2 on a small postage stamp community, right? It was it wasn't always rosy there, right? I know Rodney McDonald, right? Trevor Gallen. There's a lot of senior members that we all worked major crime together and whatnot, and did their time, and now they're back on the road. Very painful stories about frustration, about how frugal it was there, and how you couldn't get, equipment or training or whatever. You got to be in the club, though. You do. Certain people aren't, and you can tell. It was a struggle, kind of an embarrassment, actually, when you can, I wouldn't say I was reckless, but there's money there. Money's there for a reason. We're going to use it. And so, but yeah, there was no formal exercise at the detachment level. Okay. And you've spoken earlier about the command challenges, and I just wondered if there were any efforts over the years to change some of that. Like, was there in any way for you to give feedback on the gaps that you were seeing or the challenges that you were seeing, or were there any efforts to ever make changes? No. I I again I fought them on everything. So much so that the previous DPO asked me if I was stressed out. And I said, "No, I'm just going to continue to passionately argue." Good for him. Push, go. Push, go. Yeah. So, it was, they just didn't like to be questioned. I mean, these guys are out of touch. So, like, I don't know. I don't know far. What do you want to talk about here today? He's, he's like, I don't know if I should go here or not. Interesting. He's kind of already gone there a little bit. As much as you're willing to share. Like, I don't know if it started with the promotional stuff, but I didn't finish college. So I wouldn't consider myself to be an educated man. I grew up the son of a logger, drove trucks, I climbed towers. I wasn't an academic person, but I always took the time to listen and learn from people. And I always took my responsibilities very seriously. And I always, took the time to explain myself as articulate as I can. When I started to look around as I was around the time, we had like 10 years of service, I'd say. We had like 10 years of service, say. I don't know when the promotion system changed, but it started to change. Like when I started for the first few years, the old bosses were very gruff, almost dangerous men, like the people that threw people out of their offices and didn't take crap from people. And I admired that very much so, actually. Nice. Yeah, this is not a pansy. Balls. Man, what? Where's my balls? They're in my handbag. And I always said, so around that 5 to 10 year mark, I started to see bosses were changing. Everybody was not interested in, it was almost like they didn't care what you had for experience on the road. They just cared about how smart you were if you had a degree. Oh, God. This is this stuff I was talking about the other day. And I believe that culturally, whenever that changed, I'm sure a savvy person can go and look at when the process has changed through an A-tip or whatever. Oh, that'd be interesting. The type of leadership has changed. We're so far down that avenue of change now that most of our leaders, and Mark, feel free if I'm off base here, but most of our leaders are very out of touch with the modern demands of, tactical intervention. They're out of touch with communities. They're out of touch, especially with First Nation communities. And I'll say that as a Mi'kmaq person, it's almost as though we have people in leadership positions that aren't police officers, and it's killing us. We're being slaughtered across the country in record numbers for the last 2 decades, and I say that I'm not blaming that on an officer made a bad decision that cost someone's life. Maybe it cost Heidi's life. I don't know. I mean, I personally think it did, but I can't prove that. Whew. Well, that's a fairly pointed statement, isn't it? You can take it any which way you want. You can take it as literal, very literal, and he clearly doesn't think this is good. We have the big fancy toys. But what I mean is their lack of wherewithal, lack of understanding of tactics, and the pressure about that cost us things like, for instance, the Moncton shootings, where they didn't have any rifles or trainings. Like, they are people that are just out of touch with, I've got buddies in the Maine State Police, very, very similar. In fact, we've adopted their policing model, Maine State Police, because there's a lot of cross-border friendships and whatnot. And I've got a buddy there. They've got to have assault rifles the entire time I've been a member. They've got all sorts of layers of things that we don't have or should. I mean, again, I could do a deep dive, but they're so far out of touch and so ill-equipped. I look around the room, the usual suspects, and it's a mishmash of people that stayed too long, that are far too removed from the front line. That is like a common problem. These people are just nerds, but they're not even smart nerds. And they're too young and dynamic and academic who got promoted so early. I wonder if she's going to say anything about certain things here. Let's see. On that it didn't really see the life on the street, and we're suffering for it. And it's the reason why across the country that these incidents, that's why we're getting slaughtered around the country and up north in particular, because of the decisions that we've made that year before to say, oh, better to save money and let's not do this, or let's do this way. And it's hurting us. I mean, I can only speculate, but I mean, look at what happened to Heidi and Chad that day down there. I mean, I'm part of the district management team. There's no limit. There's no word to describe how offended I am. I had to leave Millbrook that morning with zero information. 10 o'clock, how many hours after this happened? I find it, ethically offensive, really. So, it's not a stretch for me to say that it cost my friend her life and Chad's life long-lasting injuries. Somebody was in charge and they didn't do their job. Somebody didn't do their job. Actually, here we are, all these months later, I still don't know who was in charge that day. Danko. I don't. I haven't been told. I have never been called once to be checked up on. How are you doing? I hadn't been nothing. So yeah, it's an embarrassment. Boom. Wow. He's kind of laying it down. Oh, Bernard gets it. I think he gets it so much he's just like, fuck you guys. Done. I'll bring you back to some of that stuff. I just wanted you to continue on. I didn't want to interrupt you, then why are you? But just a couple of points. I just want you some clarity. See, this is the stuff. See, that's it right there. Let him talk. I don't want to interrupt you. I just want some clarity. How about you listen? How about you do that? Maybe you might get it cleared up. Maybe you might actually hear something that you might want to hear. No, let's just interrupt. I just want to get some clarity just for my own mind. When you got the first on the road, and I know you're saying there was no communication coming from either CIC or Truro and the OCC back then, to my understanding, right? Like nothing came across your phone work-wise, information-wise. It's just whatever you picked up on the radio, that's what I'm getting. Is what I'm getting. Yeah. And I generally recall, again, I don't have it with me. If I went back to my emails sometime during that day, something came across in an email, but I don't believe it was timely to the events, to Chad Morrison's distress call. Well, that would just I don't even understand that. Should you be getting an email about Chad's distress call? Timely to the events. I guess just around that time. Okay. But, I think I looked through Monday and there was something in that day, Sunday. But again, I don't even remember what it was. Right on. Right on, man. Right on. And just going back in your car now, you've got your radio. I'm going to be Colchester Band, I assume. Why don't you just ask him what band instead of asking leading questions? Colchester channel, yeah. Did you have one radio, two radios going, or just the same? Were on the same band? No, I had. I know. I mean, what I knew at the time is that there was an active shooter in the DeBert Wentworth area. Based on my 40-minute call earlier with Jared Daly, which caused me to be there, Enfield wasn't on my radar. I guess I'm thinking, so it was just Colchester, and my portable was off. Oh, that. Well, then he shouldn't appear on both channels. Maybe he doesn't really appear. He's absent. Okay, anyway, I'll look into that. Okay, that's where I'm going with this because of the radio, because there is a few transmissions in here about patching channels, getting us all on the same band, because obviously the bands weren't brought over at the same time, over at that time. That wasn't until much later. I can tell you, I don't know anything about that. I don't recall hearing that. Again, maybe an auditory thing. I know that the radios in this division were always a challenge because of what happens is people from other districts will log on to listen, and sometimes the radio will, what we call, tone out. And I did hear some weird tones coming out of the radio at some point, and I can't recall where I was in the process, but my radio in my mind appeared to be not functioning to its full extent. Like the laptop just suddenly stopped working in the middle of the road. Files that can't be sent. Something's very fishy. And I Maybe I'm just being tinfoily. Something's not right. And while you're out there, I believe you said this, that you heard no transmissions from ERT team members that were running around. No. I had no idea ERT was working, and I later learned that we're minutes behind them. Minutes. Probably 2 minutes. I had no idea. How the fuck can he not hear them on the radio? That's just so. Are the radio logs just garbage? And now maybe you can help me out here with on your radio system, because I'm trying to get this straightened out, but I'm trying to get different answers. Is there a major incident? And we know about the bolos and the CPIC messages and stuff like that. Does the dispatchers here actually get on? And so if you've got an overlay of officers coming on, so you got I don't know, I'll say 6 a.m., 7 a.m., and 9 a.m., people coming in because there's a major incident. Is there a relay of information to update everyone as they're coming on? Like the dispatchers going, okay, there's an incident at 123, excuse me, Anywhere Street. It's barricaded suspect. This is what this person looks like. This is what's going on. Is there something like that that would normally take place? Something like that, yeah. Well, smaller events, I'm not going to defend anyone in this event here, but good for you, but I guess what I mean is much smaller scale things that happen. If someone's coming in Northeast Nova, I just wonder if there's like a little bit of, I can sense it. He's trying to figure it out, and I wonder if there is like questions in his own mind about some of this stuff. It's just, he's like, yeah, it makes sense to me, but I don't want to see it. Right, okay. So he's just ascribing more logical responses, more palatable responses. If a critical incident deployment here already, I don't believe that happens. Well, that's bad. Okay, because that's where I was going with this, because I don't see it anywhere. This is in the sharing of information thing that you brought up. Like, you're not getting emails, you're not in charge of the detachment, and you're in charge of the detachment of what's happening to your members involved. So I don't know if that's done some way that's not radio broadcast updating everybody, which, well, I'll give you some context. Let's just say this is a typical scenario. I guess maybe this will help explain it. This is the same. Let's just say this day never happened, which would be great, but it didn't. It did. Like, if it's Monday morning and I go to my office, and let's say that there is a small, brief, barricaded person in English Bay, say I would read about it and I'd check the time stamp, and let's say it was Saturday night. I'll bet you before 6 a.m. on Sunday, it would have been in my email box as part of the managers of the district. I would have gotten a message either from the risk manager or Northeast Nova District. Is that a fair assessment? Mark, his buddy, representative. That's right, yeah. Back to Darren. Like if you could go back when there was that scent, when was that sent? It was more than likely it would have been sent in the night sometime, say 2 to 6 hours post the event, or if it was an unfolding event, it would have been that window. I'm not expecting someone to drop critical decision making things or and make sure that every commander knows. That's not what I'm alleging here. What I'm alleging is that at some point there has to be a broader situational awareness. So I guess I was given what I heard from my corporal in those few hours. I was becoming a little bit angered. Yeah, no, totally understandable. Because all of a sudden gravity is like, okay, Natasha, then Jared, then this Enfield member getting shot in Enfield. What? And then so I was pissed off. Right. Just going back, and you brought up the car crash, made mention of the mission here has changed. In my mind, I was going to find a member who was shot. I heard the phrase, but he's continuing on. And I said to myself, what does that mean? And then there was a second call that came in of that. So in my mind, that's how I used to explain it to myself. I guess the mission has changed. Now there's a crash site. Right, okay. That's what I mean by that. And that's what I'm just trying to get around in my head. Yeah, yeah. My personal idea of what I'm working on in my mind, I say to myself, okay, the new mission, the new job here, right? Something different. Mission. And I know that you touched on this, just reading some of your other questions of the other questions that some of the other lawyer teams put to me. And I know that you briefly touched on, so I'm just mark it off here. So I guess would the rank structure, and it's not Millbrook detachment, so it'd be so because they have here so Holiday, Carroll, McCullough, is it McGilvery, McCallum, uh, McCallum, like their rank structure hierarchy in the, I guess, command area. Would that be like at a regional headquarters, so to speak, or so the province is divided into two districts: Southwest Nova, Northeast Nova. I thought it had you got Halifax. Anyway, whatever. Each district, I thought there was four. Each district has what's called a DPO, the district police officer, a district policing officer. I don't think that we even had a district policing officer at the time. I think Pushcad had moved on. I've tried to find this Pushcad fellow. I can't. So I don't know if it's just some kind of what's going on here. Now I've messed it up. Close. I don't know this Pushcad fellow. Anybody know who that is? Moved on. We had, here's Paul McDougall. Then the operations officer. So it's an inspector, and I believe that was Paul McDougall. He was operations officer, but then promoted to head of all of Northeast Nova. So he's in charge of Northeast Nova District, and the officer is in Antigonish. So it's a sub headquarters. Southwest Nova is in New Minas. That's right. And the metro the metro's, oh, sorry, that was Mark. The metro, back to Darren, metro's its own thing. So then there's the DPO and then the operations officer, and then under those two fellows, the district is divided into two. It's kind of like Antigonish is a halfway point. So Antigonish east to Cape Breton is one Danco, district advisor NCO, and then west is one Danco. So because of the west in Millbrook, Steve Halliday was my west Danco. Yeah, and then I believe at the time, Staff Sergeant Addie McCallum, although he's in charge of Pictou District, which is a smaller district like Pictou County, I believe he was acting for Kevin Dunleavy. It's not Dunleavy, I think it's Dunleavy. I believe, I don't know for sure. So I believe at the time that the two Dancos on paper would have been Halliday and McCallum, I believe, but I'm not sure. Okay, that's fine, because at first I thought, what the hell is Addie doing here? I've never got an answer because I didn't ask the question, but I think because he might have been acting Danco for just a short period, right? Or shortly there appointed. Do you need a break or anything? Good time. No, I'm good. Yeah, I think that's all I have. Do you have anything else, Nicole? I might have a few. Just a second here. Mark, do you mind if I run to the washroom? Wayne, no, go ahead, right ahead. Mark, if somebody could or is there one on this end? Yeah, no, there's one on this end. It's okay, so they're talking about bathrooms now. Do you want to just pause this for a couple minutes? Yes. Why don't we just pause 12:35? I'll just stop the tape for a break. Back again, part 2. It's 12:30 and we'll continue on. Okay, so you spoke a bit about securing the scene after Heidi Stevenson, that you have people approaching. I was just wondering if you might expand a little bit on how that kind of played out. So specifically the response of those approaching the scene. So after I obviously, I guess I'll just use the phrase failed CPR, or, because at first I didn't notice the amount of people. So without the benefit of the map, wow, he's punishing himself terribly. Without the benefit of the map and the diagram, you may have heard in the transmission that I describe our position as exposed. Again, that'll be in the transcripts, right? Of course it will. So the highway area in which to crash, what we're containing now, it's an elevated position, and with the exception of our cars, there's a very thin guardrail, which isn't much cover, and I'll say from a tactical perspective. So I remember Como to the north of me, Gibson to the south, Daly was behind me. I think we had messed around with the fire at that point. I remember having my rifle up on the guardrail. It was like it's hard to describe it, but we're kind of off on the dirt, and there's only 3 or 4 feet of dirt before the guardrail. Then there's a field and it's tall grass. Most of it is on fire and very smoky, and Heidi's blank. Seen photos, I don't know, and I'm kneeling right blank. And my rifle, I put it right ahead of her, so blank, leaning again up against the guardrail. After I sat back, after realizing it, I can't remember. Sorry, I forget some things. I can't remember what Jared and I don't mean to take you back to that. No, 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 no. You know, anyway, Jared and I had a brief conversation about what are all these fucking people doing here? Like, it just didn't make any sense. And I thought, that's why it's some sort of urban movie. Like they're just 200 meters down the slope. Like the picture, it's a ramp on a highway. There's a little store there, few houses. There might have been 20 or 30 people there parked in cars parked. Like they were watching us or something. I was like, what the hell? And then there was this guy in camo as I'm looking down the ramp, eventually makes its way up. There's a guy in camo jacket, and he comes out of the grass and starts walking up there. And I stood up and started yelling at him. And I showed my rifle and I pointed it at him, and he stops and he ran back into the bushes. And so it's that sort of stuff. Was people milling about, and I can't remember. Again, I saw what I thought was Fraser Firth down in the crowd. What the fuck? There was a silver SUV parked down there. So the person he thought was Fraser Firth was with the silver SUV. Like it was just this very chaotic, like almost like I was tasked with some sort of scenario. Like I'm watching a movie, like, okay, pick out the risks, like, and then Barry and Blake DeCoste arrived. And yeah, there were just people down in town. The townsfolk were kind of assembling, yeah. And then there was one other person that tried to come up too, and I think, also had an off-duty Halifax police officer arrived with a handgun, and I think, and also an off-duty Halifax Regional Police officer that arrived with a handgun. I think, reread that line out. And I think that maybe Blake DeCoste and Chris Gibson would speak about it. Maybe I heard in the chatter. Oh, so he didn't see it, he just heard about it. And I think either Barry or Chris or Barry and Jared Daly were talking to them about that. Again, it was very chaotic. There was so much going on, which is part of the reason that we decided to stay put. So yeah, just a lot of townsfolk down there watching. And that officer approached you with the gun drawn. Did you know, or did you notice? I didn't see it. I heard about it either immediately after or while it happened. He offered to help. I guess they put the run to him at gunpoint, maybe. But you might want to check into that. Huh. Which is part of the reason why we were staying put. So, yeah, just a lot of townsfolk down there watching. And that officer that you approached with the gun, oh, sorry. I didn't see it. I heard it about immediately after what happened. He offered to help, and I guess they put the run to him at gunpoint. But you might want to check into that. I don't know if there's something to mine that for info. Not mined. It should be mine. To investigate an investigative alley. But I heard from that guy. I didn't hear that after. I heard that somewhere in my time there that I heard that had happened. Okay, again, so this is not something that's hearsay. But interesting, he's bringing it up. Okay, when I was reading your statement, you made reference to the Nova Boys, and I was wondering if you might share what that meant. Someone was relieved that the Nova Boys were here, maybe in reference to you, I assume, and maybe the people with you. Does that ring a bell? Nova or Millbrook? And it sounded Nova? Nicole. The way I read it, it said Nova, but maybe that was Darren. I know after the fact, having spent time with Austin Como, who's a fine young member, he was relieved to see a Millbrook car coming, and that Millbrook boys were there. I think he said that verbally at one of our meetings, in a debrief or something. I can't recall. I'd have to go to the context of he did say Nova before. Now it's Millbrook. I'm not calling like. I wonder if things are being okay, and it's not. It's just one of those things that stood out, and I thought, okay, well, maybe you or your detachment, they are known as that way. Heavy hitters is the phrase. Like they could, no, that's true. That is true. It is. At least at the very least, I got the impression they were relieved to see you. Yeah. So what I was getting at earlier, it's very very hands-on leader. So I have a reputation. For instance, if I heard that someone, that there's boys that the boys in every community, someone would give our guys a hard time. And if it's fine, to run your mouth or whatever, if there had been, threats or, something exceptional, that I would go down the road and either help them or take care of it. I was very, very proactive or protective of my unit or even other members. I'm very, very pro member. And I say that because I came up in the system, I don't really have a lot of backup, and I had very difficult postings, very violent postings with the reserves back, pre-fishery monies. They weren't very safe places to work, right? So my reputation would be that I was very quick to arrest someone. I was very good at quickly dealing with the situation because I found those communities that if you lingered too long, that your problem grew, which is true. You can't be too speedy, but you actually can't let the situation get out of hand because it just will. Where was that here? I was very quick to arrest something. I know that sounds, maybe it's hard to explain to somebody, but we became known as very efficient and very tactfully sound. And I liken it just to reps. I stayed relevant. I was on the road all the time, and I stayed relevant. So I was very tactfully orientated. So at the time, anytime like we always I'm always made sure that everyone had the best tactical gear. We always had the right guns. We had enough, we were, we always had bullets, things like that. Even though it sounds very odd, there were a lot of units were very frugal with their bullets. Wonder if he's saying a certain unit. So we were very, very tactically orientated. And I would encourage you to reach out to any member of the unit. There is a lot of good stuff going on about that. Yeah. Where it informs a lot of opinions about other units because, those were just choices that they make. And I made choices that were pro safety and wellness for membership. So, yeah, it wouldn't surprise me if they were relieved that we were here. He did say Nova though. A couple of times. And you talk about some of the things that you do for the community policing, for instance, whether that's having officers at powwows or whatnot. And I wonder if you might share with us for a little bit about, how you approach community policing during your service, whether it was in Millbrook or other postings. Yeah. So I took a very honest, I like to think that I'm very critical of myself and honest with myself about issues. Good for you. And I found that when I look at challenges I faced, so other than my two tours in homicide and a brief field with training stint in Enfield, all of my time is between the communities of Millbrook and Indian Brook. I was in Millbrook twice, once as a constable and now as the boss in Indian Brook. I did a short tour, a long tour as a corporal, and then a short tour as a corporal. I did 3 postings there. All my time in those 2 communities and the early first half of my career, they were very violent communities. Alcohol abuse was rampant, solvent abuse was rampant, prescription abuse. So, I mean, I've had my hands repaired surgically for fighting, and you can see I've got all hard miles on me, I guess is the phrase. I've had no administrative postings. They were all difficult postings. So because of that, you have someone who's very critical of people who aren't wired that way, I guess. So does that answer your question? Whatever you're willing, do you want to share with us? I'm happy to receive that information. You know, my team's focus is a little bit different than the factual basis. So I understand the questions seem to be a little different. Aren't you concerned about the factual basis? What are you concerned about? Theoretics? Oh, yeah. Is that okay so far? I didn't want to. That's fine. Everything, yeah. So then, as we continue on then, so what I saw was I began to notice that, I'm a band member like from a community, and I'm growing up with the pre-existing opinion that of the police was I started to note, you know, if they assaulted someone, I was just going to use Indian Brook for an example, for an instance. Like it was rough. Everybody fought going to jail. There wasn't one person you couldn't talk into handcuffs. Everybody was tough. But after a while, I noticed that people were apologizing to you because they were outside of their alcohol and drug abuse or issues. They had very much appreciated that you were there. They would say, "Hey, I got out of hand last night. I'm really sorry." I started to notice that more and more and more. And then I started to kind of put it together again. No supervision, a young constable. I started to realize that the more time I spent with these folks, that the arrests were a little bit marginally easier and whatnot, and that the community was really responded to having people around. So when I started to get some rank, I took a very proactive approach, and I found that the more of us they saw early on. I mean, again, I'm not an overly educated person. I just easily kind of put things together that you put in the effort on the front end, you're going to do less work. But I know that sounds very simplistic and it should be an obvious thing. But back then, there were no managers telling you what you should be doing. So, all that, fast forward that time when I get to Millbrook, and now I've finally got my own unit, my own budget, and, a fair bit of authority now. Like, I took everything that I had seen and learned, and I was kind of almost turned it on its head and was very proactive. And we still were a very violent community per se, but the community, and again, this is a couple of different audits. This is in a couple of different audits where the community leaders are interviewed and the elders. We still had our challenges and issues, and our crime severity index was still through the roof comparatively. I found, like, for instance, if we had an event weekend like a ball tournament, hockey tournament, powwows in particular, and powwows, the participation has grown in this region. They're massive events, almost like a country fair, county fair. Not so much 10 or 15 years ago, but now they're huge. They're huge now. So I would staff that. Not, it's really hard to explain to a lot of people, like our senior leaders in the district. And I said earlier, because they have very much response orientated process in their head, like, say, oh, you know you don't need 10 people standing around. Like, you just have two on the office, and if there's a call, if they need you, they'll call. And I didn't see the world that way, because by the time it deteriorated to that call, it wasn't even safe for two people to go there. Logical. Because you're dealing with, 500 people at a powwow, with a beer garden and whatever. Actually, the more cultural the events, the less alcohol is tolerated. But all that to say, I began to take how much I was spending in overtime dollars proactively was paying massive dividends for our visibility and our position in the community. And our complaints were, we had some powwows. We didn't even get one complaint, and if it was traffic, either it was parking mishap or something up at the highway that intersects the community as well. So, and my managers criticized me for that, but I held to my convictions on that. Good for him. And I just continued to do it despite being questioned and audited, because the community backed me up every time. And I said in the interview, I said every member, I was, they looked in the wrong direction. I always look the other way, below me in the community, and that's what it paid off for me. Are they below? Anyway, that's the difference, right? That's where I was, and it was a lot of money, but it wasn't, if you consider it to be wasted money at all. Every cent in my mind was justified. The reason why we're held in high regard in our First Nations community in Indian Brook and Millbrook, so despite, my predecessors or whoever, like, they still like the RCMP, right? It contributed to your relationships overall. Relationships are great. Yeah. And you mentioned you're from Millbrook. Oh gosh, I knew how to pronounce this. I'm not even going to try. Yeah, so I did get taught this at some point. I haven't used it in a long time, so I won't. The band member. He's a band member from that area. But my parents got divorced, and I grew up in Millbrook as a young boy. Yeah, she got married in the community, and so we moved, and that's why I'm not far from there. But I grew up there. Yeah. Oh, okay. Far from there. Do you mind again to share how how much or how little is comfortable? How was your experience as an Indigenous RCMP officer, but also policing in the community that you grew up in? The community actually was surprisingly good, because I always took the approach. I mean, I was never shy of, an altercation, but the client base was always equally practical. They knew that, oh yeah, I deserve to go to jail. Sorry about last night. It was actually pretty good. It was not what people would think. It was actually pretty good. Internally, in the force, my status as an Indigenous officer was complete shit show. There is, quiet racism everywhere. And when you were talking earlier about your promotion, it left me with a question. If you felt as though your First Nation status had anything to do with long period break it took for you to become sergeant per se, and I don't want to overreach at that at all. Yeah, no. So it was a question I was left with when you were describing that. Yeah, so despite not having, higher education, my experience that was very both deep and wide in the policing world with two tours in major crime, and explained the long and I explained the long gap. I explained the long gap by getting promoted, because I believe it was probably because more my attitude than probably, racism, you know? And I didn't mean that, I wasn't a problem child. I would just politely ask questions. I would politely call people out on things. I was just very, it's hard to describe now all these years later, but it was very distasteful. Like, it was very distasteful how people reacted to being questioned. When you look back at it, I thought to myself, like, you'd think that I'd done something wrong, but just simply being a free thinker cost me. And I was even be passed over for promotions. Like nepotism is huge issue, right? Oh, yes. I'd be I'd there'd be a job that they would advertise for, and they'd have what's called tiered consideration. So, for instance, a job on the First Nation community, first round of consideration would go to a qualified Indigenous candidate, or back then it would be Mi'kmaq, because they didn't, it was a little more differentiation. So I would apply, and then 2 weeks later, I would get job posting that would change, and the wording would change, and I wouldn't get the job. That happened like 4 times. Wow. So I can't explain why I didn't complain about it, but I find odd that the community never changed, you know, whether it's as, as okay, not going to try, or a big cove or whatever. So that was fine. Anyway, yeah, it didn't shock me that, that's why it was a miracle to be promoted to sergeant, like literally a miracle. Just the right guy at the right time at the right place. So, and there were a lot of racist comments along the way, like a lot. And he had, and has that changed at all over the years, or is still that way? I can't remember the last one. It's been since I've been sergeant. But, as my tenure as sergeant rank, I would say I suffered less fools as the years went on. I was becoming even more direct and more, I wouldn't say feared, but, people will stop saying things, to my face at some point. I don't know why that was, but they did so. And you talked about how many of your other colleagues are not currently back at work in the modified duties. So I'm wondering if you can expand upon all that has happened, the impact that had happened, even on the detachment, uh, what that means for the community, the policing community, even the community, the police in the community. I guess, well, I'll talk about the membership. So I I have to apologize if I explain who was still off and whatnot. But, I mean, I did have a plan when I was going to go, but I'm sure I'm done. So, done now. So, I'm sure I'm done now. So, and I know blank who's still off is thinking about going. And so Mi'kmaq policing in itself is slowly dying, and there are these events that have drastically affected even this event in particular. This event in particular, even blank is thinking about going. So there's people that have really McDonald be one that have really, this has really challenged both them on a personal emotional level, but to see how district and division has handled it has really undermined a lot of people's notions about how, workplace wellness and what my future is in the RCMP is and whatnot, because I don't think it's a far stretch to say across the board most operationally sound members are offended by the perceived poor response at the time and post event. They're kind of offended by it, right? And makes them question a lot of things. The community adversely affected, it was, I speak as a Mi'kmaq person. Our numbers are dwindling as the years went on because of the poor decisions that were made, like district policing officers, and they took a very nepotistic approach to the, it appeared to be that they didn't value Mi'kmaq members of the community. They value other Indigenous members who are of mixed backgrounds, appears to be more force friendly. So on paper, we have to compete with these folks. So they became almost the Mi'kmaq, 13 Mi'kmaq communities that we police. We almost became marginalized in our own communities, and that's still happening today, or that's happening today still. So Mi'kmaq members, as a Mi'kmaq member, I don't consider myself to be Indigenous. I consider myself to be Mi'kmaq. Just like Quebec French would be like, well, we're not all the same across the country. Like, I can't speak Cree, and I don't have traditional Western values, like sun dancing and all that stuff. And I know, but the RCMP, with its cue from federal government, though policing has very much whitewashed us all, pardon the pun, like, oh, you're native? You're native. Doesn't matter. You all fit the blocks, fit the same holes. It's that kind of offensive, and it is kind of offensive, but that's what we've been struggling with. So our ranks have been dwindling for a number of years, so that, like Mi'kmaq policing is really dying. Like, you've got the new member who just went in school in Antigonish, and hangers in, yes, I'm going to get yelled at about that. But our numbers have gone from like 35 to 8 in even the last decade. There's nobody really lining up who to really want the job, because obviously our pay has become settled recently, and there's perception that there's not a place at the table for Mi'kmaq members, and that you have to be, broadly speaking, Indigenous, right? There aren't Indigenous communities, these Mi'kmaq communities, nothing to do with other tribes, to use a classic word, right? So there's a lot of offensive aspects when you talk about the RCMP as it still relates to the communities. So when you see these critical events and how they're handled, I mean, I got more calls from the local band chief, how am I doing, than I did my bosses, which was 0, right? So, okay. 33 of you still here. I think on that note, I'm going to, we're 38 of 49. So I'm going to, we're close, but I think I'm going to wind it up. Almost 8 hours. So that's probably lost. Maybe I'll try and get this finished here tomorrow or the next day. Anyway, I do hope that you're all well, and it's late there. Anyways, it's almost 1 o'clock. So God bless you all. God bless the 23.